Check 1, 2. Testing. Okay. Channel number 1. Okay.
Hello, I'm audible. You can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you from the venue.
Just to know.
Thank you.
Okay, perfect.
Okay. Hello. Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? Okay, great. For those who are in the room, we are on channel 1. We are going to start this very interesting session entitled Internet and SDGs, Aligning the IGF and ITU's Innovation Agenda. In this workshop, we are going to the aim of this session actually is to facilitate a strategic dialogue among key stakeholders to assess and optimize alignment of internet-based technology with the United Nations Sustainable Digital Goals and the ITU's digital innovation strategy. And the objective actually is to create an environment of collaboration whereby diverse backgrounds will be coming together, industry leaders, civil society organization, academia, to assess these two critical frameworks, and then also to see how the IGF can contribute to it. So in this session, we have two speakers, one here on site and one online. So I'm going to give the floor to my panelists to introduce themselves before we go deep into the matter. Jasmine, you have the floor.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for making it here at the very, early morning. My name is Jasmine Ko. I'm from Hong Kong. I'm affiliated with HKY, IGF, ISO Hong Kong, and also Asia. Thank you for coming here.
Thank you, Jasmine. Umut, can you please introduce yourself? Umut, can you hear us? You are muted. Can you hear us? As we are trying to fix some technicalities, by the way, my name is Atanas Bahizire. I'm from the DRC, and I'll be your moderator for this session. Umut, are you able to speak now?
Yes, hello everyone. My name, thank you, Atanas, for being the moderator today. And I wasn't able to hear you at the beginning. I wasn't able to speak, but now I can do it. So yeah, my name is Umu Pajaro Velasquez. I'm from the Youth Coalition on Internet Governance. I'm also one of the coordinators of the Youth IGF, and I work as a AI researchers on ethics and governance. So yeah, today I'm going to speak a little bit how digital cooperation in the case of ITU and the internet governance forum. It's a pleasure to be here.
Thank you so much, Umut. Very interesting. Now we can get deep into the matter. I promise this session will also be interactive at some point too. I'm going to be coming back to the audience for any comments and any question. So straight into the matter, Umut, I have a question for you. How can effective multi-stakeholder governance models be designed to ensure that the internet enabled innovation align with the SDG principles, promote inclusivity, mitigate potential risk and unintended consequences?
Okay, before to answer that, we actually had to remember that there are some core elements of sustainable development in the case of any model that we want to propose. And those some core elements aims to meet the needs of the present without compromising the ability or to have a future to for our own needs. To achieve this, is crucial to harmonize three core elements that are economic growth, social inclusion, and environmental protection. These three elements are interconnected and crucial well-being of individuals and societies, and internet governance can contribute to these three elements in different ways. And the multi-stakeholder model actually is one of the ways that we can contribute to it. So effective multi-stakeholder governance models, in this case, are essential to ensure that internet enable innovation aligned with these sustainable development goals principles. This model, in this case, in order to comply with having a design that actually can protect and can be responsible, has to, first of all, promote inclusivity. That means that all stakeholders, including governments, private sector, civil society, technical experts, academia, should have a voice in internet governance. This inclusivity ensures that diverse perspectives are considered and that the needs of all stakeholders are addressed in the develop of these goals. A rights-based approach to internet governance is crucial for ensuring inclusivity and mitigating risks. And this approach or promote inclusivity emphasize not only in human rights, but also in fundamental freedoms, social justice in the development and governance of the internet in general. So the internet actually can be a tool for the three elements that I said before. The other element that should be taken into consideration in these different multi-stakeholder models is ensure transparency and accountability. The decision-making processes on these different models should be transparent and accountable to all stakeholders, not just to one part, but to all the stakeholders. So the decision that I taking in place are actually based in having all the information that we need for to get to these different goals that we have in the SDG, and to actually have an innovation that actually benefits all, because transparency actually builds trust and legitimacy in the internet governance. The other principle is foster collaboration. Multi-stakeholder governance model should encourage collaboration among stakeholders to address complex challenges and develop innovative solutions. Remember, we try to align the innovative part of the ETUs, the ETU with the multi-stakeholder model of the Internet Governance Forum. So if we want to actually be able to get to that point of having this goal in these different SDGs to be reached by the time that we want it to be reached, we had to have this forced collaboration between different stakeholders. So when we have more voices, actually it's more easier to get more innovative ways to address complex issues and challenges as are these goals. And the last one is mitigate risk. Governance models, as this one that we are proposing, the multi-stakeholder, should proactively identify and mitigate potential risks and unintended consequences of internet-enabled innovations, such as cybersecurity threats, privacy violation, spread misinformation, and another stuff that we actually discuss in general in forums like this one that we're having right now, the Internet Governance Forum. The different problems that we're discussing as we are a multi-stakeholder with different approaches from different perspectives is actually one of the things that help us to mitigate risk and actually create a pathway for innovation for innovation that actually benefits all. That would be my answer to this first question. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Umut. Thank you especially for emphasizing on inclusivity and how we can mitigate risk. It's very important that stakeholders are transparent and accountable in decisions they take. Very insightful comments, actually. So I'm going to go to Jasmine. So Jasmine, from a technical community perspective, what infrastructure or regulatory frameworks, regulatory gaps actually hinder the alignment of the ITU's innovation agenda and the sustainable development goals?
Thank you very much for the questions. Actually, ITU's innovation agenda have been putting effort. They have their own digital innovation ecosystem portfolios, which they empower their members to, unlock their digital potential. But you also have to notice that ITU is more like a multilateral, structure itself. So the gap that there is from a technical community member that our community that see is there's the level of stakeholder engagement. It's a little bit it's a little bit behind, or there's a gap between the reality and our expectation. The way we're saying that it's because we find that there's some inadequate involvement of key stakeholders, including us, the technical community, and also the civic society in some process when it comes to design of implementation of the ITU Innovation Initiative. So in a way, this could lead to the solution that may not fully address the diverse needs and priorities that outline in the SDGs. And in a wider beyond ITU, if you notice, if some of you follow the GDC, the Global Digital Compact, and also the Wishes Plus 20 process, there was like during the long period of time when the GDC keep there's a different version, keep changing, and then like discussing, consultation, a lot of things happening, and there was a moment that the technical community is not being well recognized. So there's actually at some point there's a disappearance of technical community in a paper, in something. So actually you could refer to blog that is published by a statement by APNIC and also ICANN to address the issue and the gap. And therefore, seeing the potential risk and gaps in here in terms of stakeholder engagement lacking enough participation from technical community, there has been a TCCM form, which is Technical Community Coalition for multi-stakeholder. And there was a launch yesterday in the IGF village, and as part of the coalition, we talk about what we have observed as potential risks, and therefore, what kind of process have we been involved in the Wishes Fraternity and also GDC input when there's a consultation open, in a way that we want to be a collective voice of our members of technical community who were not able or lack the bandwidth to reflect on how this kind of global agenda and process is affecting them. So feel free to go into the TCCM website, or to learn more why is the establishment of these coalitions and different things. And second, it's about the interoperability challenges, because between different technologies and systems, there are some issues relevant that have been created. In a way that it's difficult to integrate the innovation solution, and it might hinder some seamless exchange of data and information critical that to achieve the SDG targets. There was also a session earlier about AI interoperability. You see the perspective from both China and UK, how the other how the diverse perspective have been presented from academia and also from government, civil society view on about the potential infrastructure or regulatory gaps between the ITU and SDG agenda. So it's something that I am trying to explore, and also example that I try to give that I think is relevant when we talk about the gaps.
Very insightful, Jasmine. Very important. You just mentioned the low participation or low involvement of different stakeholders in processes that are chaired by multilateral organizations such as the ITU, and you also highlighted the GDC in the different reviews. We have seen consultation, but at some point it was closed door. So it's very important and very crucial actually to engage stakeholders. And one of the other things that was very interesting, you say there is a way the technical community can come together, collaborate, and actually advance the agenda. Very, very important. So I wanted to follow up on this. As you're talking about stakeholders' engagement in various agendas and various development projects, I was wondering, what is the place of the youth? How can young leaders actually and youth stakeholders be considered to contribute to achieving this SDG agenda, since actually it's for the youth, because they are representing the future, the present, the future leaders, they are representing, they want actually to benefit mainly from this perspective. So how can we include them and consider them in these processes? Back to you, Jasmine.
Actually, before jumping into this question directly to youth, let me just elaborate a little bit on the role of technical community, because not just because I'm from there, but I just want to share, mine and also the other stakeholder perspective on technical community. What have technical community contribute to the agenda, and also in a way that we could help youth as well. So it's part of the ITU agenda on innovation. It's about innovation for development. So in a way that we have initiated a research and advocacy project on something called the Eco Internet Index, EII. So we emphasize on do more and waste less. So that means we do more when there's off-peak traffic, so that we could, we have to acknowledge that there is a carbon footprint for whatever internet activity and the devices that we're using here. And also how, the way we behave actually have a consequence and impacts in different way. Just to at least start with the awareness, and you could always have a thought and reflection, and also to adjust your own behavior. And we emphasize about the replacement of carbon-heavy trade by digital economy, and also on energy that could empower the network, because we are the registry, right? So we're part of the internet infrastructure ecosystem. Therefore, we think that sustainability and meaningful connection is critical, in a way that also digital inclusion should come hand in hand, especially when connecting those off-grid who doesn't have connectivity. And second thing about the role, and it's also relevant to youth because it's about capacity building and knowledge sharing. Technical community come together to facilitate capacity building programs to empower individuals and organizations with the skills that need to leverage technology for sustainable development. Example, APIGA, the Asia Pacific Internet Governance Academy. So it's led by ICANN, which we have been part of the academy, running the program, being a mentor and being the trainer like for several years. And also NetMission.Asia is it's a first youth network, I would say, from the internet governance space, focusing on the region of Asia Pacific. So it's our own initiative. I'm actually an alumni of Mission.Asia as well. So this is how I actually get into learning what's happening in the internet governance world, because it was not part of the, it was not a major agenda of any university course agenda. So there's actually could be a gap that haven't been plugged into university teaching curriculum. And this is how I got into learning this. And moving on now to youth, what youth can do, right? As a youth, and actually not just youth, actually to all of you, it is more about when we think about how we could contribute effectively, right? Effectiveness is actually equal to being productive, being smart, and smart in a way that what is your goal in smart, like with the SMART principle, like how is it specific, personalized, achievable in your own capacity and in your own interest of area. It have to be very, for me, I feel like it's have to be very tailor-made for yourself, starting from knowing yourself well. I talk about the
your interest area, your capacity, your network. Think about you have many resources actually. You just have to map your resources out, identify the area of influence of your own, and set priority. In my case, I believe it out with my case. I love nature. I'm curious to learn more about innovations and the internet world. Therefore, I care about if have to come to SDG, it's 13, 9, 17, about the industry innovation and about climate action. So how do these two things intersect together? It's coming to my research and advocacy on eco-internet. And in my daily life, I also recycle my own e-waste and other waste as a person. So I'm trying to bring it down to a very personal level, so that you would not just think about it's a very off ground high level goals, but actually when you put it trying to put it down to the ground, you have things to do as a youth and post youth.
Thank you so much, Jasmine, for mentioning this. You just mentioned something very important for us to include the left behind stakeholders, such as the youth, its capacity building and knowledge sharing. And some of these technologies, you find out that they are developed in spaces that are too technical, and the decision makers don't have enough technical understanding to actually take the good decision for the future of these technologies. So it's very important that we should build capacity of different stakeholders. Before I move back to you, my panelists, I'm going to give the floor to the audience. If at this point you have any question or comments to give on this perspective. Any question, the audience, or just a comment?
Good morning, I'm Peter Josias, the founder of the Digital Child Rights Foundation. It's about innovation and the agenda of the SDGs. I'm an NGO, and I was wondering how could a NGO, all the NGOs in the world, stimulate the innovation, especially the involvement of youth?
Thank you. I have a comment on this one, but I'm going to start by you, Umut. Or Umut, do you have a comment on this? How can NGOs, you that you are involved, you are working in the civil space with NGOs and civil organization. Any comment on this?
Well, actually, I had to explain my case because my case is like in the case in Latin America, we actually focus in including you in order to be innovative, especially investing more in creating capacity building, digital skills, training for the youth in general, because we most of the NGO here in Latin America actually believe that not only is important to bring access sorry, to the technologies to the young people in different places, or especially in some marginal areas, but also it's really important to give them the proper training to use those technologies in order to change their life and have a really good impact on not only with them but also with the community, and try to innovate and create solutions for the communities. So for us, it's important in Latin America, especially the NGOs, to create capacity, to create capacity in digital skills. So we had a really investment on that. Also we promote a lot digital literacy, and we try to get along the private sector in order to incentivize employers to have young people involved in some part in the in the digital training skill, or some part of the workforce. So it's pretty much that we do here in Latin America, because that's a specific case of my region, that the region that I know more and I really work more for NGOs from this region. So yeah, that's what I can say.
Umut, yes, please.
Thank you, Peter, for your questions. So when it comes to NGO perspective, so actually you're in the right place because now we have many stakeholders. You might find your colleagues who's from also our NGO, maybe from your region or not from your region, but it's I think it's a good platform here. You could start to see if any common agenda or prioritized area that you could potentially collaborate on. Second thing could be, this is a global one, right? So I'm not sure where you're based in, but perhaps there's a regional or national IGF you could join because usually in national and regional level, it's more, I would say, more region specific. And it's a different kind of it may be a different kind of engagement level that you can have there. And in our case, in Asia Pacific Regional IGF, as part of the secretariat team, we open up a chance for for everyone, including the NGOs, that they could submit their session proposal, so that it's a very community-driven agenda of the regional IGF that you could have your own proposal in the IGF and then have a potential collaboration with it. And as I echo to what Umut say, is also could be collaboration with other stakeholder groups. So I encourage you to continue your work, and thank you very much for engaging with us.
Thank you. Before I give you back the floor, I was having just one comment from an African perspective. What has happened in Africa is that the NGO and civil society organization tend not to work directly with the government, not to engage directly. And as you can imagine, the ITU, the UN, and all these multilateral processes, it's our government that actually represent our voices or have the last word to say. So what can be the approach here? I've seen it in some countries, is that we don't always have to be, even if we have different point of view or different ways of seeing things from the NGO and the government, but it's important to advance our local agenda, to work together and engage actually the government. Some of the human perspective the NGO have, since they are on ground, they are working closer to the community. They used to have an expertise that the government doesn't have, but then because sometimes ideas are not matching, the engagement is not sufficient. So I believe what I can encourage to the NGOs actually is to work with the government. Yeah, you can have diverging perspective today, but tomorrow for a great common, work together and advance this agenda so that whenever they go to this ITU and other multilateral processes, they can carry your perspective. Or in some point, I've seen in my country at some point, they've got the government representation at the UN, but the government delegation is not only full of government or ministry experts, but in the delegation they have a stakeholder from the technical community, one from the civil society, and there, it will be insightful and very interesting. Yeah.
Yes, thank you for your answers. I live in the Netherlands, in Europe, and we are a member of the ITU Partner to Connect Digital Coalition and also a member of the advisory group Civic Society and Academia of the D4D Hub in Europe, the Global Gateway. And yes, it's about digital skills, but what I mean is that here we are talking, and in the end, a country must accelerate. And there is a gap, I believe, between the NGOs and also the private sector who wants to help concrete. And there is a gap, I believe. So how can we close the gap? Yeah, so it's not only the country, but children, young people on a school wanted to be supported. And we want to help, but it must be done by the local community. But how do we connect to each other? It's not only in the way by having talks with the government. We need NGOs also on the ground. And I think that's going too slow.
Yeah, thank you so much. Very good comment. Actually, definitely we need NGO on the ground. And maybe recalling from what Jasmine was saying, everybody should play his role in ensuring, okay, I'm on the good track. I'm contributing to fastening this processing that's going very slow. So I believe, yeah, from your personal perspective or your organization perspective, yeah, please try to push exactly and work on your personal capacity to advance this agenda. But very good comments. Thank you so much. We have a question. Okay. One comment from Jasmine.
Yeah, just one sentence from me. Of course, there are gaps, and as for your case, it must be specific enough that maybe other country and other region could not give you the exact example because you are the right person to know about your community. So when you ask about how, so I challenge you back, how would you try to understand the problems and the gaps? And if there is no platform or scenario that NGOs and other potential partners can come together, maybe consider create one, a scenario, occasion that people could brainstorm and get their buy-in to try to connect and really draw the synergy. So that's last one from me. But I also see the lady in the back have maybe comment on question, please.
Hello, everyone. I appreciate all speakers. I'm just have two comments. The first one is an advice for your great work to connect the intellectual property rights to innovation, because any innovator, he needs to protect his rights. Because I'm an expert of intellectual property, I said this advice for all innovators. By the way, you didn't know me. I'm Dr. Nermeen Salim. I'm Secretary General of Creators Union of Arab. It's an NGO. It's a member in United Nations Economic and Social Council. And we are working in the NGO since 23 years, and I agree with my colleague about the not supporting the NGO. I have attended a lot of conferences, and all the community all over the world, even its governmental or non-governmental organization, they support and encourage NGO to be collaborate in their works, but in the real ground, it's not effective. But since we have a member in United Nations, it gave us an opportunity to share with all coalitions in the United Nations, and we are encouraged all entities, if they want to contact with us and make a cooperation about anything we are concerning on innovation and intellectual property and training and so on. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for the comment. And definitely, what is good about the discussion is that collaboration can unfold during these discussions. Thank you so much. We have also a question online. If you can unmute yourself for the comment, for the question online, then after we have Umut speaking. The question online.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please.
Okay, okay. Good morning. My name is Matilda Moses Mashauri. I am a Pan-African Youth Ambassador in Internet Governance and a proud advocate in the inclusion and shaping for the digital future of Africa. Well, I have two questions. One is how can a youth-led initiative and the young innovators be meaningfully included in the multi-stakeholder processes that are discussed in this workshop in order to ensure that the internet-based and technology are effectively contribute to the sustainable development goals, and also particularly in addressing peace, economic empowerment, and the environmental sustainability. And also, how can we as the youth leaders play a pivotal role in driving the innovative solutions for a better and more inclusive future? Because we are trying so much at the youth also to also engage, but then we do not know some of the ways. That is why I'm trying to know, like, how we are the youth leaders, because we do play a pivotal role in driving the innovation that we need for the inclusive future. But then, how can we do that? And how can we also lead to the development goals, and particularly in the addressing the peace and economic empowerment for the environmental sustainability? Thank you very much.
Thank you for the question. Any other question online so we take both together? Okay. If there is no question, I see there is. Okay, there is no question for this at this time. So Umut, can you comment on this question?
Okay. Well, actually, that is a question that I'm thinking really a lot this year, especially with the GDC processes and how we actually can be included in all this process, because we actually with that process I start to realize how we can actually be influential somehow, and can actually be how is our reach in all this conversation, in all these processes, and how actually we can collaborate to this, and how we what is our role in all of this. And one of the things that I conclude at the end of all of that, it was that actually at the beginning we're going to feel that we are lost. That pretty much as seen is the question, or that's where your question is coming, is that we are at the beginning, we are feeling lost about what we should do. But actually the fear of actually not knowing at the beginning what we going to do is actually the drive for the answer that we want to, and the answer that we want to, in the way that we actually after that we start to identify all the gaps that in these different processes that that we having, and how we as young people actually can provide the solution to those gaps. So when we find that thing, we actually start to know exactly what is our place in all of this, and how actually we going to be innovative in all these processes. Because if we don't actually start to identify exactly that what is the inconsistency, for example, or the thing that we don't like, or the special aspect that is particularly to our region, or particular to our different populations, or is related to a specific SGD, we don't going to make innovative ideas or solution for the different processes. So that's the way that as I see it. So I don't know if on the floor is want to complement on something.
Thank you, Umut. I think, yeah, the youth is it's a very crucial stakeholder. And thank you so much, actually, for responding and giving this perspective. We are going to proceed. I have a couple of questions for you too before we conclude. So we have seen a lot of discussion in the Summit of the Future last September in New York about the place of the youth in this process. And at this particular time, it was special because in the Declaration for the Future, they included a specific annex just for the youth. But then we were saying it's all about discussions and provisions. But my question is to you, what are the policies and investment strategies that are essential actually to address the skills gap and build necessary human capacity to create, deploy, and manage internet technologies for a sustainable digital sustainable development goal, especially when it comes to the youth as the future of the world, the youth as the future leaders. So, what are the strategies and investment? What are the policy and investment strategies we need to put in place for this to be effective? Not only just papers or a decision, but on the ground, we want to see the change and how this can happen. So I'm going to start by Umut, then Jasmine.
Well, the question is related to exactly policies and how to address the issue in with the part of the sum and the future and everything else. Well, when I read the part of the part of the future, I had to say that one of the things that got to my attention is that you is actually mentioned as a part of the future solutions, and we actually doing more than that. One of the things that I consider that should be addressed and in that aspect in general is a couple of things that were already mentioned here, like not only promote digital skill, promote the being the or make accountable or clarify data ownership, promote digital literacy, incentivize the participation of not only the governments in alliance with the private sector and NGOs, and else also another thing that should be addressed in all these cases is include the jury in the decision-making processes and having like promote communities or internet hosts, for example, that can provide access to different technology and digital skills for training you in diversity in underserved areas. So yeah, there is a lot of ways that we can be included in this. That will be all for myself.
Thank you so much, Umut. So I'm going to give back to Jasmine. What are the investment and policy strategies we need to put in place to achieve this innovation technology for the sustainable development goals?
Okay, before I go directly to the answer, I just want to clarify when you talk about investment and policy, is there a certain target group you're talking about who will action and implement on these? Or by youth or by government or by who?
Basically, actually, that's what I was expecting from you. Who is there to invest and to put the investment in place so that we can achieve actually the innovation we want to see in order to align the technologies with the SDGs. So the youth are the future, the present, the future, and they'll be the beneficiaries actually of this investment and these policies that are harmonized, but then who to invest and at which level they should invest and in which way.
Wow, then it is actually a very high-level question. Actually, wow, it's not an easy question to answer because when it comes to if you highlight that youth is the beneficiary, they cannot just be beneficiary themselves. They have to be the one who also put effort, right? Because I believe, in that mission, it's always about nothing for youth is not by youth. I mean, everything for youth has to be by youth, have to be with youth. So that means that when it comes to strategy setting and also agenda setting, the way that youth can put into actually a lot of effort. Because the thing is, youth definitely, if you need to compare the life experience and also network, it's not as much as people who have been working in the field for many decades, many years. So like myself. So the things that we need to put a lot of effort is to really understand what is our prioritized area and agenda, and to be smart enough to know what kind of stakeholder in the stakeholder map that we have, what kind of collaboration and people and scope that we want to focus on, because we have limited time, we have limited resources. But then what can we do in a reasonable scope and then achievable outcome in a certain time frame? It's always a problem about goal setting, and this is why it is called strategic, because it involves prioritization. It involves a collective process of youth, perhaps, and perhaps we could also have other, like, it's good to have other stakeholder groups together. What I like to do, the design thinking and also systems thinking approach that we map out within the ecosystem. We map out each problem like a spider map, and then we map out the flow. How does it, what is the impact and what is the reason? And then we make the arrow, and then we see what is the relationship between different issues. And then we try to use different tools to understand how we could move on.
Thank you so much, Jasmine. Very important you mentioned it's prioritization in strategy development is very important. I have a comment on this, but I'm going to first give the floor to the audience. Do you have anyone has an idea on what are the strategies, policy and investment strategies we need to put in place in order to achieve actually innovation and technology for the sustainable development goals? Any comments in the room? Okay, great. I see. When it comes to investment, when it comes to all these actions, many people tend to get back. We have seen the same thing in the Global Digital Compact recently. When it comes to investing or putting resources into place, you see the different stakeholders are pushing for voluntary actions, voluntary investment, and how will it be sustainable when it's voluntary? That's a big question for all of us. But yes, there are solutions we have seen. The ITU has initiated a certain initiative they call Partner to Connect, a very important coalition whereby different stakeholders pledge a certain amount of money or a certain resource to actually contribute to the efforts to partner together to connect the unconnected, to connect the next billion. And this is some of the effective solutions to this. In the Partner to Connect coalition, last year they got up to $30 billion of pledge from different stakeholders, some from the private sector, some from the government, some from some non-governmental organization. And these efforts are actually, we are seeing the impact. The ITU and UNESCO have initiated an initiative they call the Giga Project that aim to connect every single school on the internet. Some of you from the global north may not understand why is it important to connect every single school, but in some part of the world, like where we are from, some schools don't have access to internet. So you imagine in today's world, how can you learn without the internet? You don't have access to all these resources that are available on the internet. So such kind of investment and partnership strategies are very important, and we have seen on the ground very big impact on the schools that are connected to the internet, because people are actually able to leverage the different resources, do their seek for jobs when they finish, do their projects, document also their work they are doing, so that the wider world can view it. So this is very important, and I think we should encourage initiatives like this. I'm going to give the floor to my panelists for the parting remarks, because we have less than 10 minutes now. Okay, we have a comment here, then we get back to you.
I'm just want to emphasize on before any implementing of any innovation solution or anything, you should make awareness, a very good awareness about any project to be successful. And my advice, my personal advice from Corona COVID-19, when I teach for the students in the level on university, they opened the online and they didn't hear me. So we should make a very good awareness for any initiative before we can implement it to get the successful of this initiative. Thank you.
Very important actually to get to test the technologies there is. So I was saying it's very important actually to document and to test the technologies before we can implement them. And some of these tests are done by projects that are pilot projects that are tend to start from a certain level, certain country and to get input and now implement the project wider. But it's very important. The COVID actually surprised us, and we have seen many challenges, but also a very fast innovation environment. Many technologies developed very fast during COVID, as also challenges were there. So I think we should always seek balance. So I wanted to ask if there is a comment or question online. If you have a question online or a comment, please have the floor. We just have 2 minutes for this, so you can be fast.
Okay, I'm back. Okay, one last question. So they have talked about the internet-based technology. So given the critical role of these internet-based technologies in achieving the SDGs, now what specific mechanism can be put in place to ensure the equitable access and capacity building for the capacity building for the youth, and particularly in the underserved regions, so they can actively participate in and benefit from the digital innovation for the sustainable development. Since I'm engaged to working with the youth in this marginalized community in the rural areas, so I have seen their challenges. I also faced the same challenges when I went there. We got to give this capacity building. So what mechanism exactly that we can put into place for the equitable access for this capacity building, especially for the youth, particularly in underserved regions, and especially in brackets, females, so they can actively participate in and benefit from these digital innovations, for their sustainable development for now and for the coming future, things like that. So thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Matilda. Good question. How can actually the strategies being put in place to include the women and marginalized communities or rural area to benefit from the all to leverage from all the benefits the digital technology gives us. I'm going to give the floor to Umut, then Jasmine to comment on this. Umut, you have the floor.
Well, actually, this question has to do a lot with my final remarks. So part of the solution of that is actually believed in this the multifaceted approach that involves effective multi-stakeholder governance and creating digital skills and responsible policies and expand the internet access. So these spaces, for example, like the IGF or the E2, actually are crucial to foster this kind of alignment and ensuring that internet contribute to more equitable future for everyone. Because we're not only having conversation here for different people between different stakeholders, we also are people that are working on the ground, most of us, from different aspects. Some are in technical communities, some are in rural areas, so others are, for example, myself, I work with gender gender diverse people and Black people in my country. So yeah, so we are working with the community and we're trying to find solutions, not only bringing our expertise into these spaces, but also articulating our experience with this. So it's not only believe that the multi-stakeholder process, the multi-stakeholder is just conversation, but also is actions and solutions. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for responding to this. And yeah, Jasmine, any comment or your parting remark?
Actually, not much. I just want to be brief because it's writing on Umu's input about the multi-stakeholder models / mechanism. And one way with that we've been actually a good example that already been doing and can be strengthened. It's the youth IGF that there's national and also regional one that we've been into running for. So actually, the thing is how we could ensure like improve the equitable access of youth is to I think it's about the outreach, about to understand what could be the people and marginalized communities that haven't been part of this yet and really put effort on, such as in Asia Pacific, we try to put more effort to link up with the Pacific Islands. So this is a very concrete example. So think about in your region and place, who are the marginalized communities and then try to get them on board. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Very wonderful discussion. And as we are concluding this session, I wanted to thank my panelists for the very insightful comments and also the audience for the great participation. And what I can say is last comment, it's very important if we want to align the multilateral initiatives, that is the ITU's digital development program, with the spirit of the multi-stakeholder forums or multi-stakeholder initiatives at the IGF. It's important to build capacity and involve different parties. So I believe the multi-stakeholder engagement forums and discussion must actually document the decisions that will be taken in multilateral spaces. So with that, I say thank you so much and have a wonderful have a wonderful set of the evening of the day. So we are going to have a group photo. Sorry, technicians, can you please put Omot on the screen? Maybe we have a you ping also Matilda if she's there.
pas si tu as beaucoup de connaissances sur la partie des initiatives de partenaires de coalition qui a en termes de collaboration, comme nous sommes deux acteurs. Je ne sais pas si en termes de financement,
You are there. Yes. This one about Asia. Okay. Okay. Can you please touch and you share? And I will give you because my I business card is there. Yeah, of course. I mean, you're so close. You don't know bring your things. Thank you. Congratulations.
Yeah, well done. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Oui, en fait, je crois que c'est au niveau de l'UNESCO et des
Atanas,
institutions
Atanas.
de l'éducation. Parce que je crois au Cameroun, ils ont commencé ce débat puisque on a déjà été saisi pour faire cette étude. Oui. Mais maintenant, est-ce qu'en termes de développement d'infrastructures, parce que derrière il y a au niveau c'est on a plus de 4 000 écoles à
C'est
travers.
ça. C'est là où les opérations en fait, là, se fait. Et bon, j'ai eu des contacts à l'UIT, peut-être on échangera, comme ça je peux vous traiter avec les bon, bien sûr.
You're doing well too. In the last moment, I'm so sorry. Did we not take a picture?
You're what?
Oh, you can come to my booth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you for
Hello, hello. Can you hear me?
Testing, Samek, can you hear me? Perfect, thank you.
Yeah. Good morning.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the workshop, The Construction of Collective Memory on the Internet. As the IGF draws to a close, I believe this has been an intense and productive week for debates on internet governance. You must be tired, but we have a very interesting discussion ahead that's sure to energize and inspire you. I would like to introduce myself. My name is Bianca Kremer. I'm a board member of the Brazilian Internet Steering Committee, and I hold a PhD on law and technology. And I would like to thank the audience, both online and in person here in Riyadh. A special thanks to the expert panelists who have kindly agreed to share their ideas and thoughts on this topic today. The workshop, titled The Construction of Collective Memory on the Internet, will last for 90 minutes. To make the most of our time, we will follow this discussion format. Each speaker will have 10 minutes to present their ideas. After that, we'll move to a question and answer session, prioritizing interaction with both the in-person and online audiences. Finally, the panelists will deliver their closing remarks. So, let's get started. Memory is a vast and complex topic. It becomes even more complex when we think about the relationship between memory and the internet, in preserving memory, promoting social memory, and constructing memory itself. This workshop aims to foster a debate on the challenges of preserving memory in the digital environment. It seeks to explore how the internet and digital technologies can serve as tools for preserving, promoting, and constructing online memory, especially in a context where much of our culture, social, and political processes are mediated by and even originate on the internet. Memory preservation on the internet involves tackling issues such as preserving the integrity of information, countering disinformation, protecting the right to information, promoting underrepresented cultural heritage, preserving multilingualism, and much more. We often say naturally, everything is on the internet, but is everything on the internet? Feeling frustrated at not being able to find information online seems to be becoming more and more common. Whether it is a news page, a blog, tweet, and etc. Content on the internet can disappear for different reasons. Online materials can be deleted. Vanishing information is a reality. And a study conducted by the US-based think tank Pew Research Center Research that suggests that a quarter of all web pages that existed at one point between 2013 and 2023 are no longer accessible as of October 2023. In most cases, this is because of individual page was deleted or removed on an otherwise functional website. For older content, this trend is even starker. Some 38% of web pages that existed in 2013 are not available today, compared to 80% of pages that existed in 2023. So 23% of news web pages contain at least one broken link, as do 21% of web pages from government sites. News sites with the high level of site traffic and those with less are about equally likely to contain broken links. Local level government web pages, those who belong to city governments, are especially likely to have broken links. So, given this context, this workshop aims to address some questions. What are the challenges brought by the internet and the digital platforms to the preservation of collective memory? How do these new challenges relate to the promotion of information integrity, the protection of right to information, the promotion of underrepresented cultural heritage, and other issues traditionally debated in the internet governance field? We'll start the discussion with Maria Elza Oliveira. She is online. She is the chair of the advisory board of the E-Government Institute at the United Nations University, a former director of the UNESCO Communications and Information Sectors Division for Digital Inclusion, Policies and Transformation, where she led the support member states to strengthen capacities for access to information, digital inclusion, digital transformation, and protection of documentary heritage. Before I call Marielza, I would like to introduce our moderator. Unfortunately, I won't be able to be here the whole panel due to crossing agendas with other panels of IGF, but I would like to introduce a very important person for us that will be on my behalf moderating this panel. He is Juliano Capi. He holds a master's and a PhD in communications from the Pontifical Catholic University of São Paulo. He is the manager of the Brazilian Internet Steering Committee Advisory Team. He coordinated the creation of the Center for Studies on Information and Communication Technologies, the CETIC.br, the UNESCO Regional Center for Studies on the Development of the Information Society, and the Brazilian School on Internet Governance, the EGI. And I would like to introduce and to raise their names, last but not least, Jean Carlos Ferreira dos Santos, Tatiana Gereissati, and Juliana Oms, without whom this panel would not be able to exist. Thank you so much for your hard work on this topic. So Marielza, thank you so much for being with us, our dear friend. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Bianca. Can you all hear me well? I hope so.
Yeah, we do.
Okay, great. Thank you. And it's so nice to see you again. And it's nice to be with the CGI colleagues and all the colleagues around the room and on the internet that are participating and watching this panel. I think that this is one of the most absolutely relevant topics that we could be discussing, because the internet is really changing the way we think about, and record and recall our own memories. It's changing it completely, and it has done that from the very beginning. When we started, and we started accumulating some information online, and when the browsers, first browsers came around, we stopped really thinking about memorizing things, because we could always find it on the internet. It was just about, oh, you can Google it. It's literally, the browsers became our collective memory of what was happening. Except that the browsers, and the internet itself, it doesn't have everything, that we have in our own minds. We digitize very selectively, and but we are less selectively. We've been less selectively over time, and the internet actually changed the way that we actually record things, and in artificial intelligence made a huge change in the process as well. The first steps that we had was essentially we put things online. We created content, digital content online, and we digitized material. But now we actually went beyond just digitizing to actually datafying content, so that we could actually start searching and using content in a different way than before. In the beginning, because there's a huge gap, a lot of disparity on the internet in terms of who has compute capacities and who has the skill sets and who actually can access the internet. In the beginning, it was even worse. Nowadays we have about 70% of humanity online already. It's 5.6 billion, if I'm not mistaken, out of the 8 billion that exists. We have, in the beginning we had quite a few less people online, and then therefore the content that was online was essentially the content that came from northern countries, from the US, from Europe, essentially, and with a lot less content having been recorded by other countries that had less computer capacity, less access to the internet, and so on. So we end up with, for example, nowadays, 46% of the content that we have on the internet is actually in English, and very little content is in other languages. We have 7,061 languages and in existence in the world, in use in the world, and actually less than 300 of those are in use online. And of course, we're seeing quite a lot of effort to increase that number of languages that are active, that we can actually translate from one language to another. But still, we see quite the vast majority of content that the internet has memorized in its 15.3 million websites. It's essentially from a subset of the countries that are available and that exist. But we digitize, and we digitize with a lot of disparity as well, like I was saying, because we simply don't, not all countries have the capacity, but also the digitization process itself is a costly process. It's and in the beginning, we ended up with we using technologies that are nowadays quite obsolete already. So for example, I don't know about you guys, but raise your hand if you have CDs. If you have CDs, do you have CDs? I have 400 CDs and no CD player anymore. It used to be that computers came with a CD player. And nowadays, if you ask for one, people go, why do you need that? It's essentially we moved from, a technology that existed before that no longer exists, and a lot of the storage that this technology had, the capacity to store, was left behind, and a lot of the archives that were digitized already, were lost. Were lost, because this is no longer an accessible format, for most computers. And just like that kind of format became obsolete, there are quite a lot of different formats obsolete as well from the very beginning. Computers started. My first computer, my first personal computer that I used, it had recorded things on tape, and so those are gone, and so we lost quite a lot of what was memorized, and recorded in this kind of archive. And that's not the only gap that exists, in terms of storage. In terms of storage, collectively, we store less than 10%, we in data centers than what we actually produce, in terms of information or content. Now, I'm not going to even call it information because a lot of it is not necessarily information. It's content that we put on the internet. In 2010, already, about 15 years after the first browser, was made available, in 2010, we had 2 zettabytes of data online. A zettabyte being 1 trillion gigabytes, essentially. Now, we had, in 2010, 2 zettabytes. In 2020, we had 64.2 zettabytes online. And in 2025, 5 years later, we are expected to have 181 zettabytes of content. So in 10 years, we went from 2 zettabytes to 64, and now in less than 5 years, we are going to multiply that by 3. So the amount of content that we produce with the number of people online is growing, at a pace that is incredible. But storing this content is highly expensive and very selective. So what we have online is not necessarily what we have in storage. In terms of data centers, for example, and those are very expensive technologies, and not only expensive in terms of the creation of the the tech itself, the infrastructure itself, that is very costly, but also environmentally costly in terms of water that it drinks, to cool the data centers, the energy that it consumes to power these data centers for them to continue working. So digitization is a process that is incredibly expensive. So selection of what ends up stored is a process that is on a continuous basis, making sure making a lot of what we produce being discarded, and that this discarding is not necessarily done by us. It's not a process that we select to do. It's by the organizations and the platforms that we use that end up making that kind of selection, what is worth keeping and what is getting thrown away on a daily on a continuous basis. So for every byte that we have to store nowadays, another byte has to be thrown away. So how do we select that? Organizations make that choice, and we end up not having access to a lot of information. We have the broken links that were mentioned, by in the beginning, by Bianca. We have a lot of this loss of content that we use to store in the cloud, or these, in different types of systems that end up obsolete and discarded and so on and so forth. But it's beyond that. It's digitization has this costly is this costly process, but datafication is a costly process as well. We need to be able to actually search this content, and the vast amounts of content that exist, to be able to be searchable, to be accessible, they have to become beyond just a record. They have to be a searchable record, and being searchable is a complex process as well. You actually have to datify, create, index this kind of information, this kind of content, so that this content can then be accessed in different ways. And the process of indexing is very complex as well. It used to be, for example, that when we scanned text, for example, we scanned a book, that we took a picture of that book. Essentially, it was a digital Xerox copy of that book. It's not a searchable amount mechanism. You just have this kind of a picture. Now we started using OCR technology, the optical character readers technology, that actually converted a page, instead of being just a picture, to reading the text and absorbing it. But not is even that, it became at some point the hard. So you actually have to index it in different ways, finding keywords, for example, for text, and it's so who decides those keywords? Who decides on what basis you access information on the internet? It is the kind of thing that when we start looking, we find all kinds of issues with that. For example, I don't know whether you're familiar with the ImageNet data set, which was a data set created. I think it was Harvard, that created this data set, and started, putting a big set of pictures, together, and somebody had to figure out a way of making sure that this data was searchable. And so they started labeling the pictures, and the labeling pictures became an issue that brought in all kinds of biases and discrimination. And for example, it would look at the faces of people that are black or brown, or faces that are not the typical blonde, blue-eyed Northern, and label them in different, as, in many derogatory ways. Hypersexualizing, women, for example, women of color, or calling, men of color, with criminality linked, associations and so on and so forth. So that's the kind of thing that ended up happening. And then when we search for these images, when we try to recall the memories that these images, encode, you end up bringing this biases in as well. So you have all kinds of issues with digitization. Then you have the process of datafication, and then you actually try to generate, nowadays we use this vast amount of data to generate applications, for example, using, to generate generative AI, artificial intelligence, large language models, diffusion models, and so on. And those encode, this datafication mechanisms that are quite biased, um, 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 disrespectful, actually, of different cultures, and are keeping content from cultures that are not necessarily, representative of all the cultures of the world. So we end up with generative AI, a set of collective memories on the internet, and particularly in data centers that are not, the memories that we put in, the content that we put in, and then we end up with this content that is coming out that is not necessarily, it's a kind of pasteurized, amalgamated, average, content that is not the memory of the world, but it's the memory of everyone, and it's not respectful of cultural heritage and cultural precedents. But this is what we have online. And of course, generative AI, it actually generates content as well. And the generation of content by generative AI actually creates tremendous issues on memory that we collectively have on the internet. First, it hallucinates. It creates information, quote, or content of things that never happened. It doesn't exist and don't exist. It doesn't have any links to reality or to facts. It simply predicts, the next image or the next pixel or the next word, and so it predicts, those and end up creating, citations of books that don't exist, pictures of events that never happened, and so on. And actually, historians are many of those are actually using, the images to illustrate, generating images to illustrate uh, episodes in history that had no photograph, of them happening, before photography was invented. So you actually now have pictures of, that never existed of an event, and and those pictures are incredibly biased as well. For example, generative AI. One of the things that it's interesting. It's just generates on the basis of what exists. There are quite a few tests, for example, about for trying to generate images of black doctors treating white children in hospitals. It happens every day, but generative AI has enormous difficulties, creating this kind of image. So, but it has, incredible ease. It makes it easy for you to create, for example, images of Indians, in the U.S., wearing, traditional clothing, and sitting around negotiating treaties with cowboy dressed white men in 16th century. Say, so it's not accurate, and we end up with these images polluting our environment as well. So we have hallucination, which is the unintended creation of, fact-free, content, what I call the fact-free. Then you have actual intentional creation of content that is also fact-free. It's not linked to reality. And then you have actually malignant kind of distribution of this, which is misinformation, disinformation, which is actually created, with the intention of to deceive. And so we actually spit it all out on the internet again, and we keep polluting our information environment to the point that now, we have on the process of digitization, datafication, and usage of this information online. The biggest skill that we need to have is actually the skill to verify, to say, is this real? Is this true? And how do you do that is becoming more and more difficult, exactly because of the broken links and the disappearing behind paywalls of uh, content that is trustworthy, so such as content from media organizations that have to charge, for this presentation of this content in order for them to survive. Instead of what platforms do in presenting information to us, with by that they monetize through ads and other means such as that. So yeah, we live in a completely different world, from when you could just Google it, when actually search engines are using generative AI to hallucinate results and offer them to us, including as a first option. So we don't have the memories of humans anymore. We have, content generated by computers being presented to us as, the quote collective memory of the world. We need to be very, very cognizant, very, very we need to really understand the impact that this has on everything we do. The devaluing of science, for example. If facts can be mixed up with non-facts, with fact-free content such as that, what is the value of the trustworthy organizations that use to generate content for us, science, media, authorities, and so on. They're becoming less trustworthy as well, simply because we cannot differentiate between content that is generated, that is part of our collective memory, that is fact-based, evidence-based content, to, something that is being, put on the internet by, some artificial entity. So just some provocation to start, because I think that this is one of the most important topics that we have. How do we preserve the, the validity, the reliability of our information environment? This is the question that we have, for the next few years. Is the most important question that we could, be discussing. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mariels. I'm assuming that we should now pass to the next speaker, which is Ricardo Pimenta. So, Ricardo Pimenta, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Juliano. So, good morning. I'd like to begin by thanking CGI for the invitation and also the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation of Brazil for this honor of representing it. So, to begin with, let me share a popular Yoruba saying from Brazil's Afro-Brazilian culture that says, Eshu killed a bird yesterday with the stone he threw today. So, Eshu, we know, it is a figure of movement and transition in Yoruba mythology, bridges the human and divine, enabling communication and connecting them. This notion of interconnectedness reminds us that maintaining and developing connections in our digitized world is both our responsibility and a challenge, even when the connection is between past and present. In fact, in our current digital reality, these connections generate immense data and information, raising pressing questions. What should be preserved, and how do we distinguish the essential from the superfluous? The challenge of maintaining collective memory has grown exponentially. We now face a flood of disorganized and even lost data stored across countless devices, complicating retrieval and comprehension. For public policy, this issue is particularly urgent, given the unprecedented speed and volume of data production in the past 3 decades. So memory, as highlighted in the Yoruba saying, it isn't just about the past. It is actively constricted in the present. Remembering today shapes our understanding of yesterday, and memory itself is updated and rewritten in real time. In Brazil, the time has come to think about yesterday's bird. So memory, it's a political agenda, not just a cultural one, which should primarily unite public and third sector institutions, so that doesn't end up being driven mostly by the market, leading to what Andreas Hussein has described as a Disneyification of memory, which through its overexploitation would also invite us to greater collective and irremediable forgetfulness. This has profound implications for public and collective memory in the digital age. We must approach it ethically, curating what is preserved while recognizing that not everything can be saved. Social platforms like Instagram or Facebook, for example, add complexity as the content they host belongs to the owners, including disinformation and toxic narratives. This threatens the representations of our past and present, and meanwhile, Brazil's more than 5.3 million internet domains contribute every day to the vastness of this challenge. Sorry. To tackle this, initiatives by institutions like IBICT, the Brazilian Institute of Information Science and Technology, where I am a researcher and currently the teaching and researching coordinator, provide some valuable examples. First of all, I can speak something about the Tainacan software. The Tainacan is a software who digitizes and systematizes cultural collections from IFAM, that is an institute for our historical and artistic heritage, National Institute, and the IBRAM, that is an institute from Brazilian museums. So ensuring the Tainacan could ensure access to museums and memory institutions. This is one example that are developed in IBICT inside the Ministry of Science, Technology, and Innovation. The second is the Cariniana network. That is a network who preserves over 700 open access electronic journals, automating processes like storage and validation. The third is the Arquivo.gov. It's a kind of a pilot project that archived nearly all Brazilian government websites in 2021, with plans for user-driven website collection and preservation inspired by models like the Arquivo.pt and the Internet Archive, but more the experience of Arquivo.pt is the reference for us. And the last, the Tempora. Tempora is a digital tool developed in a digital humanities laboratory in Ibict. It is a platform for archiving and visualizing digital information in the form of a timeline, which during the 2022 presidential elections, we stored publications from fact-checking agencies with the intention of creating a timeline of disinformation events and contributing to the memory of that event in the midst of this disinformation fever we are experiencing globally. So these efforts showcase Ibict's potential leadership in preserving Brazilian internet memory, but broader challenges will remain, particularly regarding who preserves the entirety of Brazil's online presence and how storage limitations are addressed. The issue recalls the Argentine writer José Luis Borges, who wrote Funes de Memorios, where the desire to remember everything leads always to a paralysis. Memory thrives in balance between remembering and forgetting, recovery and erasure. The technological promise to store everything is illusory. We must curate what defines the memory of the internet, shaping what is remembered and what is not. To do this, two challenges stand out. The first is about management, in my perspective. The challenge of memory today is its management, its control in a scenario where space and time are atomized and the volume of information expands entropically, invites us to feel this kind of Freudian death drive intimately that pushes us to confront, to innovate, and generally to the vibrant creation of means, techniques, strategies, policies, and practices capable of making us overcome it one day at a time. The second could be about governance, a good one that is capable of circumscribing different actors, able to decide what to preserve and who makes those decisions. This isn't just a technical issue, but a political and institutional one requiring ethical collaborative solutions. Furthermore, if the object we are looking at is the internet, how will any proposal to preserve its memory ever be able to progress without thinking about the mechanisms that need to be aligned with the devices, actors, and institutions that regulate it? So, in my perspective, governance could play one singular role to keep proper access to information and freedom of expression without major ethical complications, and transgenerational public and collective memory mediated by information and communication technologies that are now in different parts of our private and public daily lives. In closing, I return to the Yoruba saying, the actions we take today to preserve the internet's memory will determine if the bird was indeed killed or not yesterday. So, thank you.
Thank you so much, Ricardo. I just gave the floor to Ricardo without presenting Ricardo. Then I'm sorry, and I'm doing it justice now. Ricardo is currently the coordinator of teaching and research in information and science and technology at the Brazilian Institute of Science and Technology, and he's a permanent professor at the postgraduate program in information science at the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro. Ricardo has been a full research at the Brazilian Institute of Information Science and Technology, BIC, since February 2013. Sorry, Ricardo, and thank you so much for your insightful thoughts. Then I give the floor to Samik Karel. Samik is a journalist and researcher from Kathmandu at Nepal. with over a decade experience in reporting on contemporary issues for national and international media. He has contributed to leading research institutions focused on technology, ethics, and human rights. Karel has received a multiple international fellowship and grants, and he teaches critical thinking at university while exploring electronic music. Karel, thank you for your participation. The floor is yours.
Hi, can you hear me? Yeah. So yeah, thank you very much. Hello to everyone at the IGF in Riyadh. From myself, enjoying a sunny winter afternoon in Kathmandu, at least a couple of minutes back. I'm overwhelmed to be a part of this esteemed panel. I would like to thank the CZI for this wonderful opportunity to talk about collective memories in digital realms. I think it's the collective memories that have actually brought us together, our past activities that's on the internet. And so, yeah, although this is a very deep and ocean to dive in, I would like to start very general and narrow my interest towards my own expertise and probably my geographic reason as well. So yeah, just an anecdote to start with. When I was very young, I was given a chalk and a slate, like by my parents, and a formidable technology at that time to write and learn first alphabets. It was not very long ago, but it was like 3 decades back. And I thought it was the most convenient tool because I could scribble on it, write anything. And if I didn't like it, I could erase it as well, because this tool was very ephemeral, So I don't remember what I scribbled then, like not much memories of it, except writing a few alphabets and maybe like scribbling some Mickey Mouses and Donald Ducks. But passing this phase, I was given a notebook and a pencil. Now I was told I was to have more structures, like write between the lines, do this, do that, be more disciplined, and only erase the errors. A little bit later, like a few years after the pencil, I was given a pen, a more permanent. It was an idea which gave me more permanence, and what I scribbled stayed a little bit longer. There were no traces of my chalk and slate experiences. And still now, although I don't find anything else in my basement, in my parents' basement, I still find like some scribbles of whatever I did with the pen and pencils, so yeah, I mean, that's how I would like to start, and how these were my memories, and that were kept in like shoe boxes in my parents' basement. And probably many of these contexts you can relate to as a collective memory yourself. So we have a tendency to save and retrieve our memories as desired, and as memories play a huge role in construction of our identities. So fast forward to my teens. So like we get a computer with a little bit of access to the internet. A little bit later, there are more restricted endeavors. I was being watched by my guardians to go there, not to go there. Probably being logged and being checked my history. Compared to the more analog past I had, the internet seemed to make everything present. Even the past was so well weaved with the present, everything now felt like a block. This is likely because at present, our memory function is increasingly organized via media systems, specifically digital media, and which has become very integrated. This integrated media system internalizes the main functions as cultural memory now, which has become a focal point of the documentation system of the past and the present. Example, like now I use Google Photos and it gives me 7 years back memories. You're in the ocean and today you're in the ocean. So you, I mean, you're doing well, or I don't know. Yeah, this is how you tag your memories with these tokens. So coming again to an ad is, what they say, like the internet never forgets, but people do. And when people do, then internet actually rightly reminds you again that you have not forgotten. And so now, like with internet and digital technologies, and in particular, internet and web-based information and communication technologies, our memories, our collective memories are formed and shaped during the digital era. While internet systems have enabled kind of democratization of memory, with like everyone with basic technology and internet, like devices can produce their own content, promote it on the web, while now the big part is many who have been left behind, as even with the lack of basic technologies and infrastructures, are not being able to do so. One of my country, and the reason, and the majority world chronicles these digital divides, which majorly still affects already vulnerable population and the marginalized ones in our region and my country. So this region witnesses particularly of a patriarchy on internet, as well as majority of narratives and discourses are still male dominated. Like all these narratives, discourses coming from political institutions, parties, universities are still very patriarchal. That's what I feel. The same population which actually did not have cameras, books, access to libraries, information, newspapers, access to education, basic healthcare, they're the same population who don't have access to the internet, which is really sad. Their memories have never been documented. Rather, sometimes they've been part of subaltern narratives which have been seen by others and brought out to the world. While this divide is closing in data with more access to technology, the debates on what we call meaningful, uninterrupted access still lingers. That's where we stand in this region, particularly Nepal, India, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, and the rest of South Asia. So like where we lag is like, while social media helps forming collective communities, you have like games, people who play games, different interest groups who don't have to be face-to-face. These vulnerable populations are still left out of discourse. They don't know what's happening, where they are, where they stand in this technological world, which was supposedly principled under democratization and participation of collective memory making. So yeah, coming forward, like the process of creating, storing, managing, removing, manipulating digital data. Now, let's talk about public data and collective memory. So like where we stand right now in the digital age, collective memory are often intertwined with the data we generate, from the photos we post online to the interactions we have in social media. This raises concerns about who controls our public collective memory, how it is used, whether it is a subject to manipulation, and most likely we are very vulnerable when it comes to the government using our data. And with the lack of very comprehensive data policies, mostly in this part of the world and elsewhere too, there's a lack of accountability. While the governments have been proactively using available technologies to collect data, data from the citizens, there has been less accountability of where this data is being used, where it is being stored, for what purposes, for how long, how it will be used, in what cases it will not be used. There has been no accountable answers to these. There have been several breaches and leakages of data and personal information. Personal data example, I would like to give a few examples of the election data that was collected, but that was breached and used for other things. The government yet to realize the value of people's data and being accountable for it. Also, data being collected for one purpose and being used for another one, like you use for national, like a national demographic population data for something else. You give it to like some marketeers, corporate houses for their own benefits. So that is another problem. Also, data being also other sensitive cases of data collection and retrieval being procured to other countries because we don't have the expertise to manage our own data, which keeps us very vulnerable position in the absence of a comprehensive data law. Then again, there's like the trustworthiness of social media platforms, which have been pretty active in most of these countries. While we're using social media platforms in our day-to-day activities, from our information sources to businesses, we tend to use all these like big social media as vital tool for our information, even for our businesses, but no one questions the trustworthiness of it. The government has tried to grip the social media companies in this part of the world and other places as well, asking them to work in coordination, filter harmful data against national integrity and national interest, and also establish a focal communication person so that they can actually be in touch with these companies. A few companies like TikTok, which was banned in Nepal, and some other countries in South Asia have also adhere to the government's proposal, established a focal person, worked with the government for data breaches, but still it's in a very nascent phase. TikTok was banned by government of Nepal, which has been lifted after they agreed to set up their centers and go accordingly. Also, the rise of misinformation in the platforms is ever increasing. Political parties and political wings are using the internet and social media to change narratives that have been abundant, which is like everywhere, especially during the crisis, which is crisis during elections or some natural disasters or the pandemics. Whitewashing, smear campaigning, conspiracy theories, and area of these enforced to collective memories. At the same time, memories shared publicly in social media have also been very crucial during natural disasters and pandemics. I'm not saying all is bad. There's good things as well. The recent floods, the use of social media, and the posts made by citizens actually helped rescue many people as well. Also coming back, like as a journalist, I need to bring this together, the best example of consolidated open source, what we say is Wikipedia, which does not conform to historical recording practices. However, internet as a whole and social media are also a great tool for open source. Now, as a journalist reporting with limited resources from this country, not being able to travel everywhere on foot, I think open source has been very crucial to my coverage on very sensitive issues. It gives me multiple perspectives, angles, diverse ideas, and approach to report. I think it's a marvel for modern age journalism if you know how to use it. So yeah, the future, I have been closely following the LLMs, and as Mariella also pointed out, how it's going to herald new ecosystem for the collective memory. Is it going to be the future of collective memory is a question. Particularly generative AI seems to have taken a technological leap, and with building new infrastructures for memory, while it also enables combination of various diverse and counter memories. Now LLMs are being used to memorialize chat with historical figures and philosophers, bringing them from past life. There's this Silicon Valley thego of saying long-termism and memorializing someone, so you can talk to Rousseau even if he was dead, I don't know, many hundred years back. So the Rousseau chatbot becomes more dynamic, engaging in public memory with other interactions with other people. Quite exciting times, even though the saturated discourses are likely to be dynamic again. So while AI could be the future of collective memories, it could be crucial to ensure participation of marginalized communities from the global South in progress towards inclusion and multilingualism and multiculturalism. That's what I think. So we cannot be left behind, and our already vulnerable community is getting more vulnerable without the lack of internet, with the lack of internet and connected infrastructures. So I would like to end there and I would like to discuss more when given. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Samik. I am, as we are advancing to the closing of the session, I go straight to Carlos Afonso. Carlos Afonso has a master degree in economics from University of Toronto, also a doctoral studies in social political through thought at the same university. He has worked in human development fields since the early 70s. He's co-founder of the Association for Progressive Communication, APC. He coordinated the ECHO 92 Internet project with APC and United Nations. He's member of the United Nations Working Group on Internet Governance. He was member. He's a special advisor of the Internet Governance Forum. He was in 2007. He was member of the UNCTAD Expert Group on ICT and Poverty Alleviation. He was member of the UNCSTD Working Group on Enhanced Cooperation. He was member of the Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group of the IGF. He is co-founder and member of the Brazilian Internet Steering Committee. And he is co-founder and chair of the Brazilian chapter of Internet Society. And finally, he's a director of the New Path Institute in Rio de Janeiro. So, the floor is yours.
Good morning. Do you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we hear, but with a little bit of noise, but yes.
Okay, let me see if I can switch my
I'm sorry, we are having difficulty to listen.
Yes.
Oh,
can you hear me now?
Yes, perfect, great.
Okay, thank you. Well, good morning. Good morning, right? You are no. It's still morning there. No, it's not. It is, yes. So it's 5 in the morning here. So, well, you probably are looking at a map that is from Wikipedia, which I posted there. And the map, as most maps are, is distorted, benefiting the northern hemisphere. So the northern hemisphere shows much bigger than the southern hemisphere. No? But the important thing is the countries painted green are the countries which have significant internet archiving services. Like the Internet Archive, like many other efforts to archive the Internet. Countries below the equator, which takes most of South America, and also the Caribbean and Mexico, there is no indexing of the Internet in those countries. When I say there is no indexing, I say there is no significant indexing, which is worth mentioning. There are experimental ones. We are all a small institute are doing a project like that, but it's too small to figure in the map. No, in Africa you have only one country with an important indexing service. Internet indexing, web indexing service, which is Egypt. And why Egypt? Because they have the Alexandria library, which does internet archiving. Wonderful. No? But it's only Egypt in the entire Africa. No? In the southern hemisphere, you have only Australia and New Zealand doing significant internet archiving. So this is a major challenge for the southern countries in the so-called global south, and we need to address that because we are losing a lot of information because as other speakers mentioned, the information on the internet is anything but eternal. it disappears, and many government sites disappear when political issues arise. No, and this happened recently in Brazil. Several sites almost disappeared. We are trying in Brazil. There are initiatives, but are not at the scale which could be present in that map. But there are initiatives trying to do something. And one of them is our small institute, which we call the Graúna project. Graúna is a bird which, with a strong, tremendous resistance to environmental challenges and so on. And it's also a figure of a famous cartoon in Brazil, which represented people, impoverished people in the northeast of Brazil. So we use the name Graúna to represent our project of trying to do indexing of the internet in Brazil. And it has two components. One of them is indexing based on the technologies used by the Internet Archive, by arquivo.pt, which is the major indexer in Portuguese language, but does not index Brazil, index only Portugal, and several others which use open source technology and the reproducible technology to index the internet. And this Graúna project also includes a local server, a very small server, which is a small box which you can carry in your with you anywhere, which has a copy of many information systems which are there to be used in remote communities which have poor or no connectivity to the internet. So they have a reproduction of Wikipedia in Portuguese, for instance, in this box, and several other facilities, information facilities. So this is part also for Graúna project. You know? And what are we doing right now is the project is in an experimental phase and trying to protect content relevant to the democratic processes, which is a potential target of hacker attacks, censorship, political pressure, or eventually, which cannot be backed up satisfactorily. No? The Graúna archive stores websites using a methodology that prioritizes qualitative interviews and analysis of the political scenario. It is very experimental. In this experimental phase, some priority areas are defined, like environment, health, culture, human rights. And but we have defined in principle 18 thematic areas to index. You know? And the challenges we are confronting are quite interesting, and we had to do it to understand why people are not indexing the internet. And now we know it's very difficult. It's a big, big challenge. No? We have created several interesting features in the system for archiving, like the ability to belong to a group of users. For example, if a research group wants to have multiple users creating archives for the same project in the system. Ability to schedule recurring archiving to maintain different versions, display of archiving date and time, which is typical of the major internet archives. No? And we have defined, to begin, 18 themes from culture to government, racial equality, gender, elections, communication, etc., etc. In recent years, there have been several cases of removal of or alteration of the content of public information, as well as deliberate attacks on web pages. There are also frequent reports from civil society about greater difficulty in accessing previously available public information. Despite some relevant experiences in the academic field, for instance, at the Federal University of Rio Grande do Sul, there is an initiative, an indexing initiative, Brazil still lacks permanent projects aimed at archiving the web on a scale compatible with the breadth and reach of the internet in Brazil. Disappearance of information in all elections due to poor management or incorrect application of electoral law is an issue which has to be considered. And Graúna started in 2018, and we managed to get some funding from the Open Society, the Media Democracy Fund, and others to help us start the project. We have support from NIC.br with equipment and from the National Research Network, which provides connectivity to our project. And we conducted about 60 interviews about threatened websites, relevant content, security of their own websites. And we also had a legal context document prepared by our lawyer and regarding archiving of content which may be challenged by the actual owners of these contents. And this is a challenge that has to be contemplated in these projects. In 2022 and 2023, we improved the infrastructure to ensure the necessary conditions for the system to run securely. And part of it is to provide almost real-time backup of the system, which is one major challenge. If the main data center fails, you have to have a backup to run immediately, almost immediately. And this is also a challenge that has to be contemplated. We initially had 18 themes active with 227 archived sites and more than 100 .gov.br sites, government sites archived. And that was especially important because there was a political transition in Brazil in which many of these government sites were challenged or disappeared. The scale of indexing is much smaller than the Internet Archive and the others. And at this stage of the project, is specifically aimed at preserving content at risk for several reasons. It's also an experiment that seeks to address the challenge of indexing content that is publicly available, but often extremely difficult to capture. There are several reasons: use of increasingly complex technologies, frequent changes in the technologies used, huge databases, sites with multiple depth levels, many other challenges. There is the possibility of archiving that is not made public. It's one of the features that we managed to install in the system, which is useful, for example, for the storing of sites that promote disinformation and that we do not want to multiply, but can preserve. There is still controversy, however, about the use of archiving as forensic evidence. Preservation of the dialogues in Brazil about preservation of web contents are happening in the sessions, in dialogues and meetings of academics and other interest groups in Brazil since at least 2019. And this, and we are discussing this now here at the IGF. And in the IGF, there is, I understand, an intersessional initiative, a policy network dedicated to highlighting best practices for preserving and creating local content. And a major challenge, for instance, for the original idioms, languages, which are a challenge in our region, especially. We are finishing the first version of the software of the system, Graúna, and will be available on GitHub for free development, use, and application by other organizations and also by the public authorities. And we are organizing a permanent curation team or committee to preserve more sites and review archiving criteria, which is a big challenge. the criteria for archiving, which was mentioned here by, I think, Marielza. And advanced research on public debate on the formats to archive, which have to be compatible with several library and other standards. Advanced debate on the authenticity of archives in WARC formats so that they can constitute evidence. Establish support partnership to advance the development of the project. And train people to perform archiving, hire a team to perform more complex or large volume archiving, further improvement in the usability of the tool, which is already online, by the way, keep the system up to date in light of the constant transformation of the web, and expand the infrastructure to increase processing and storage capacity. Preserving content in any language is a complex challenge. Brazil currently has more than 300 indigenous ethnic groups with more than 270 languages, all of which are at risk of disappearing, and with them an entire culture disappears. Similar challenges occur in other Latin America and other countries, in the Portuguese-speaking countries and so on. How can internet resources be used to support the preservation and continuity of these languages and cultures? It is a big challenge. That's it. Thank you. I talk too much. Here are the address of our institute is nupef.org.br. I will put this in the chat. Okay, and the address of the Graúna project is grauna.org.br. I'll put there as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Carlos Afonso. We have one question from the online audience, and I would ask if someone here in the room would like to have a question. Oh, we have a question here.
Hi, I am a researcher based in Germany. I'd like to ask Ricardo, can you hear me? Okay, so you mentioned, the link between memory or political agenda or collective memory and the elections in Brazil. Can you give us some examples to elaborate how collective memory has been used and or has impacted the results of the elections in Brazil? I also have a question for the journalist from Nepal. Can you give us some examples of the relations between whitewashing and a collective memory? And if possible, could you give us examples from Nepal? And I would like to give, I'm sorry, but I forgot the name of the first speaker, the only female speaker in the room. Okay. If you can hear me, actually, I'm also working on collective memory. And when it comes to the deaf people in famine and in natural disasters in the past, I couldn't find the number of dead female bodies, just because in the past only for each households males dead bodies were counted. What would you suggest me doing to counter this challenge? And that is, I think that is also the question for all the panelists. There was no data on certain issues in the past, and maybe when you apply for funding, when you talk to your editors, when you talk to your bosses to convene someone of your research proposals, they would ask you, where's your data? What do you get data from? And in case when there is no data due to historical injustices, what would you do? Thank you.
Hi, I'm Marcelo Fernandinho from Oswaldo Cruz Foundation and CGI.br. Thank you for the very interesting interventions. And I was thinking about the interventions. You mentioned public institutions, NGOs, or civil society institutions looking for memory. Open source initiatives also are very interesting. But I found it is a lack of business interest on memory, like companies And compared to Marielza said that technology are expensive and indexing expensive, we see on business today people saying that cloud storage and cloud processing, it's cheap. So what I feel after this is that you have technologies that are cheap for business interests, for producing products and private services, and expensive for memory. And I'd like you to comment about that, because we see that you have technology for private interests that are cheap and available, but when you think on public interest, when there is no market interest, and they're not thinking only states, but on the public, the common goods and the public interest, we don't have investments of states or even of business. I'd like to comment this difference between the access and availability of technology for private interests and public interests like memory. We have this hard way to do that.
Hi, I am Alex Mora, originally from Brazil. I work here in Saudi Arabia currently in the Chaos University, and I have a question for Carlos Afonso. As I have a past working back in RMP, the Brazilian Academic Network, I am aware of the challenges that happen in the science and education area, where people struggle to also have data for scientific purposes, for educational purposes in universities, in research institutions. And this brought me a recollection that this is an open problem in Brazil, that we don't have a specific institution towards storage or preservation, digital preservation. So how are you tackling this part of the problem of the storage capacity for the Graúna project, and what are your thoughts on how Brazil and other countries can address the problem of the storage capacity for many purposes, not only for internet memory, but also for scientific education and cultural and arts and etc.
We have one question that we received from the online audience. I think I will also pose this question, because then we can give the floor to all of the speakers to answer them. So Dr. T.V. Gopal from Anna University in Chennai, India, he says, public memory is short. Internet memory is seldom so. Any solutions for this mismatch hazard in the geopolitical space?
Well, we have very good question in very short time. Then I would ask panelists to make their final remarks, trying to address the questions, which are very important and interesting, but I would also be have to ask you to not go further 3 minutes, because we'll have to close the session very soon. Then we could start from backwards with Carlos Alberto Afonso, and then Samik, and then Marcelo, Ricardo Pimenta,
Okay.
and then Marielza, please. Afonso, Carlos Afonso, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I'll be very brief. A good question. I recall that the Graúna project is an experiment, still an experiment, exactly to measure the difficulties which you mentioned, among others. Like, for instance, backing up in real time is a tremendous challenge. The cost of doing that is already very expensive, in a big scale. That's why we restricted the breadth of the information that the project can capture to mostly civil society organizations, web information. And on the basis of this experiment, we'll try to progressively expand. But of course, considering that this means more storage, more memory, and more backup, which is tremendous, tremendous. The challenge is tremendous. Our idea with the project is also to provide a sort of small reference, but useful reference for an organization that could tackle the challenge in full and really do a Brazilian Internet Archive. And I have to say that one of the organizations that has these resources to do that, especially the technical resources, is nic.br. And we do hope that they consider this in the future. Thank you.
Samik, please.
Hi, thank you. I would just like to address the question from the lady in Germany. From Germany, she asked about political parties and political memory and whitewashing, I think. So, like, it's been a common trend for major political parties in Nepal, and then the reason to deploy what we call the cyber army. So what they do is look around the internet and you know, like if there's any criticisms about them or if there's any critical discourse about them, they document that and they go to make a counter argument against that to make their image better. It's very common for them to do that these days and to inject some populist ideas and go against whatever is trendy. So that's how it works. Anyway, finally, speaking of collective memory, with the ubiquity of internet, the way we're accessing collective memories, storing, discovering, and retrieving these collective memories has changed with the emergent technologies. The way we interact with our memories has changed, and I think it'll keep on changing with the advent of LLMs and generative AI. Mainly social media and platformizations have also augmented new ways to approaching these memories by allowing us to actively contribute to them, making collective memories more interactive and collaborative now. However, we should be careful to ensure everyone has equal access and infrastructures to these. There should be accountability of our data, and the futures should be shared, equal, and be democratic, and bring together all marginalized and vulnerable populations of the majority world together. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Samik. Please, Thiago, Ricardo, Pimenta. I'm sorry.
Okay, so I will try to answer in one brief. So about the question about elections. The memory is always a place of struggle, political struggle. Many people tell about the cultural side of memory, but okay, that is okay. It exists, obviously, but even the cultural side of memory, if we can talk about this, is a result from political struggles about power. So how it impacts precisely related to the fact that it is potentially violated or rewritten as a field of dispute by those who seek to dispute the discourse on fruit, political past, science, and so on. And let me tell you something about the tool I was talking about, the Tempora. The Tempora, this digital tool, was created during the COVID-19 pandemic in Brazil. From 2019 until mid-2022, we collected there with this digital tool almost 6,000 notices from media in Brazil, Brazilian media. Stories about how COVID spread in Brazil, something like that. And obviously, the Brazilian media that didn't have a paywall. So, in the process, most of the news stories produced by the Ministry of Health in Brazil and other Brazilian government bodies, websites, had their links broken. In 2019, this happened very quickly, and then we realized this back in 2019. We tried to develop the system so that we could save an image, a kind of PDF website, and also scrap the entire corpus of news that soon tended to disappear. So how the question of memory could impact the elections, for example. The elections is a place of struggle, dispute about discourse, about the past, the near past, and about projects of future. So we can afford this kind of thing, and we need to develop some strategies to avoid that this kind of discourse could stay in some groups, some political groups that could do all bad things that we almost know, we already know that they are. So the other thing that I think I can answer about the question of data and so on, it's a perspective about algorithmic governmentality. It's a kind of new regime of truth. So about data, I think our biggest danger is the automation of social existence. I think we are all talk about that. Automation of social existence through computational process deployed in online media. Its memory that comes from it will not be a memory preserved by the demands and conflicts of social groups, institutions or cultural practices. This kind of memory, rather it will be mathematically elaborated by algorithmic devices that are, in turn, programmed by groups such the acronym GAFAMI, that is Google, Apple, Facebook, Amazon, Microsoft, and IBM. So in the end, the perspective of a political surveillance that we are talking about here today, we know that is something that we must fight against. But the surveillance by the market, many of us let it be, let this kind of thing happens. So this is correct. Is this correct? I think there is a kind of reification of the practice when we just give to GAFAMI, for example, our data in change of visual and informational kinds of consume. So look, I don't agree with any kind of surveillance, but it's a fact that we all practice it on different scales. The culture of following on social networks, the culture of attention, that we all share a little bit more, a little bit less, are surveillance practices also. So that we carry out intimately and in a veiled way. So I find this paradigm difficult to overcome, and right now the answer is that I don't know how we can solve this problem. But I know that in starts these types of questions is important.
Okay. Ricardo, thank you so much. And then we close the session with Maria Elza Oliveira. Please, Maria Elza, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Julian. Well, it was a fabulous exchange. Thank you very much for this. I'm going to close with a very simple thing. Curation is a political economic process. It's as simple as that. we have to ask, whose memory is being preserved, and why do we care to preserve memory now? See, if we didn't care so much before, and the proof that we didn't care so much before is simply that physical archives are being let to rot. Essentially, you go into warehouses of documents that are, exposed to floods and fires and mildew and simply neglect, and we haven't really digitized everything that should have been digitized, since the beginning. One of the simplest statistics is that about 40% of the birth records of people above 60 years of age are still on paper and not digitized. It's simply because there's this tremendous backlog of content that have never been digitized to begin with. And we simply don't do it. We don't get to it. We keep looking at the, creation of digital records, new digital records, the birth records of the young children that are born now, but we forget that we haven't done it, equally for everyone, that we left behind the older generations, for example, since they didn't, start with digital archives to begin with. So we have to really ask this question, and the reason why we are caring so much about, digitization right now, the preservation of memory, is that we found that it has a value, a monetary value, because the point is not to preserve memory. The point is to create data that then feeds into generative AI and other, mechanisms such as that, that then can be monetized and drive the economy for other reasons, uh, um, for the purpose. We are looking at the AI, not at the memory. But we need to really ask, about the memory. How do we preserve it? And as a matter of fact, there are very simple things that need to be done. First, we need to digitize more. Close the digitization divide that exists. For example, the content for older generations that is still, on paper, or if it's not on paper, has been digitized, is on outdated, obsolete formats that need to be brought into, this new format. Then we need to look at this issue of indexing that was mentioned before. The fact that we need to really think about how we create the mechanisms for searchable data, because just creating data is insufficient. We need to look at searchable data and the cleaning up of quite a lot of content that is literally toxic, or cleaning up and separation of this content. We have already the common crawl, which is done once a month, about once a month, crawling the entire internet. So for Global South, developing the technologies and the methodologies to really mine the common crawl, to extract what is the collective memory in particular countries, would be a huge thing. But we also need to build capacities of people, to preserve their own memories, because we can't just preserve memory for somebody else. We need to allow them, to give them the tools to preserve their own memories, the ones that are meaningful for them. Because actually, the terrible thing is that only 2% of what gets on the internet, gets preserved hardcore, and only about 10% get preserved overall. It's increasing, because more data centers are being built, because companies such as the GAFAM are really investing to the point that they are building nuclear reactors to power these data centers. They value it so much. But we need to value our own memories as well as, the Global South, and think about where do we store it in terms of data sovereignty as well. How do we keep access to these memories if, and to this content if it ends up being, switched off somewhere else, and that's, you know, that degrades and the quality of our own, you know, collective memories in different countries. So I'm going to stop here and say thank you for the chance to have this fabulous conversation.
Thank you so much, Maria Elza. Thank you, all panelists, Ricardo, Samik, Carlos Afonso. We had a great panel, and this is a first initiative to debate the challenges related to memory, the collective memory online. Hope that we can have further discussions in considering this event, which is in the core of internet governance, on this debate. Thank you, and we now finish the session. Thanks a lot for everyone.
Thank you, everyone. Bye-bye.
Hello there. My name is Sophie and I'm one of the organisers of this session from the DataSphere Initiative. I'm just checking that the sound is okay for people online, if people in the room can hear us. I'm not sure. Oh yeah, thank you.
Yeah, Zhao's saying yes, so great.
Great. Brilliant. And we have, so we can see Mariana, who's our moderator, but can also the videos of Celiane and Jenny be activated by the sound technicians? I'm not sure if they can turn on their videos. I can't turn on mine. But perhaps, yeah, we can have online participants' videos activated so the people in the room can see us. That would be great. Celiane and Jenny, are you able to unmute yourselves? And also I can see we've got participants Gregory and Lawrence as well. It'd be great to have your insights for the discussion. So if you can also unmute yourselves. No, they can't unmute themselves. So yeah, if we can, I see Jenny's now a co-host, so hopefully she'll be able to.
Okay, I think you're all okay.
Yeah, so now I can have my video and now we can see Jenny too. Great. And yeah, so if we can also have the same for Celiane and Gregory and Lawrence, if you're okay with that, we'd love to see you as well, since we're quite a small group. It'd be nice to have as many participants as possible. Here as well.
I think we might need Celiane to also be made a co-host to the organizers, please.
Thanks. So I think maybe when we can get, yeah, Celiane's video working.
That's yeah.
And then yeah, and then if the online technical people in the room could also give speaking rights to the other participants that are online, that would be great. We want to make this, yeah, quite interactive and more of a discussion. And thanks everyone who's, yeah, in the room in person. I know it's towards the end of the IGF week. Heard it's been very useful and very exciting discussions for everyone who's been there. So congratulations to the organisers. Sorry we couldn't be there in person. End of the year was a bit difficult for us to make it, but yeah, happy to have this conversation virtually too.
I have asked the IGF technical organization. Okay, there we go. Celiane, I think you should be able to unmute yourself. There you go.
Yeah. Yes, perfect. Thank you.
All right. Well, welcome everyone. I think we can get started now that we have our speakers seen and hopefully heard too. So good morning, afternoon, evening to everybody. Thank you for joining our session, Harnessing Youth Voices to Transform the Data Economy. My name is Mariana Rosso Paz. I will be moderating the session. I am the lead of policy and research at the DataSphere Initiative. We are an international nonprofit working at the intersection of data governance with other digital technologies. We are tasked with the mission to responsibly unlock the value of data for all. And we're in the process of equipping different organizations, communities of people, governments, hopefully private sector, and other communities with the tools to be able to navigate data governance responsibly. One of our flagship projects are the sandboxes projects, which are focused on equipping different stakeholders with the tools to be able to set up their sandboxes in a responsible way, to assess the work that they have been doing with sandboxes. And at the same time, we are very committed to including diverse voices in the conversation around data governance. And that is why we have the Youth for Our Data Future project. I hope to explain that project a bit more in detail in a bit. But we are very committed, once again, to involving different communities in this conversation, because in the end, if we're able to bring diverse voices into how we're shaping data governance, then we will be able to pretty much have much more responsible data governance frameworks. So it's a pleasure to be hosting you all today. As Sophie was mentioning, thank you for joining the session both online and in person. We know that it's coming to the end of the IGF and also the holiday season. So we're very grateful for everybody who has joined us. So today we're here to discuss a critical yet often overlooked aspect of the digital era, which is how to ensure that young voices are not just heard, but actively influence the policies and innovations that will define their future. We're seeing lately that we're living in a time where youth and various youth communities are more connected to digital technologies than any generation before them. Yet, they're paradoxically the most disconnected from the decision-making spaces that govern those technologies. They are, in a way, the early adopters, the innovators, and in so many ways, the ones that are most deeply impacted by digital transformation. But not having them in the conversation is creating a series of challenges, both for them and for other actors and stakeholders. This gap is definitely not sustainable. And we're also seeing that youth are facing unique vulnerabilities in the digital age, from the risks of social media dependency and online abuse to also being disenfranchised as data subjects. They're at the forefront of experiencing both the promise and the perils of digital transformation. So while this is happening, we're also seeing that policies and technologies that shape their lives are often being designed by those who may not fully understand or prioritize their needs. So we're seeing different platforms creating services that they're hoping young people to be utilizing as main users, but they're not being included as one of the main stakeholders in the conversation. So at the Datasphere Initiative, we believe that to unlock the true value of data and digital technologies for everyone, we must assign much more bolder, inclusive, and creative solutions to engage young people in these conversations. And that means building spaces where their insights, their ideas, their concerns can truly shape data policies and technological innovations to make them more equitable and effective, and actually make sense for the context of young people. So this panel today is an invitation to explore how can we really bridge this gap. And we hope to be discussing issues that matter most to young people today, from the rise of artificial intelligence and generative AI to climate change, mental health, education, and the urgent need to reskill for the future. We'll also examine how we can create pathways to engage youth from every region in the world in these crucial conversations. And now, before I turn it to our amazing speakers today, which I thank again for joining, I just want to share very briefly about our Youth for Our Data Future project at the Datasphere Initiative, which has been one of our flagship initiatives over the past 2 years. So to give everybody some context, around 2023, at the beginning of the year, last year, the Datasphere Initiative was one of the winners of the Future of Data Challenge, which was a challenge put out by the Meteor Network. And we were selected to be able to materialize our youth project, which pretty much sought to address this gap that I was mentioning before. So we're really seeing that youth are absent from these conversations, and we wanted to explore ways in which we could really bring them in and get them familiarized with the data governance conversation, with data and digital policies, and create spaces for them to engage safely and to be able to voice their experiences and their concerns about how digital technologies are being both developed and governed. So the project has had two phases. The first phase, which was a social media campaign. You can actually, I think, look for us both on Instagram and TikTok as the Youth for Data project. And you'll see that we launched a social media campaign that sought to engage young people in this conversation. So there are different fun videos and funny videos, pretty much talking about various data governance topics and really how are young people being impacted and could be engaged in this conversation. And then after that social media campaign, for the past year, we have been engaging youth in the conversation around how would they like new policies to be shaped. So we have engaged young people through a series of youth labs that we have hosted in different parts of the world. And that has also been a very rewarding experience. And our workshop today marks pretty much the end of a very exciting year in terms of engagement. So let me just share some, and I hope that people also in the room and everybody can see my screen. So this is pretty much a summary of what has been going on with the Youth for a Data Future project. I can share the link to our website in the chat a bit later, or maybe Sophie can post that so that you can all access that. So over the past 2 years, we have engaged over 15,000 young people through our social media campaigns, through the workshops that we have been hosting and the labs that we have been able to organize. We've hosted over 7 youth labs and workshops over the year. And as you can see, we have 2 pictures here. The first picture is from the UN World Data Forum a couple of weeks ago in Colombia that brought together the data community, the global data community. And we were able to engage youth, particularly coming from Africa and Latin America in this conversation. And then the picture from below is from a workshop that we hosted at the COP16, which was focused on biodiversity. It was organized in Colombia this year, and we brought together over 90 young people to think about how data and AI could be better leveraged to address biodiversity challenges. And what to me is most exciting and valuable about the project has not only been able to talk to youth directly, and this first picture that you have down here on amplifying youth voices to shape the data future was a campaign in which we engaged young people from all of the regions in the world to pretty much share their experiences with data. And what I'm mentioning regarding the most exciting thing is actually being able to translate all of the insights from the project into concrete policy recommendations. So we have been able to engage with the G20 in the process that has been led by Brazil this year. And João, who's one of our speakers today, can speak more about this. But we drafted together a policy brief sharing more about the challenges and the concerns that young people are experiencing in the online era, and at the same time, the solutions that they are thinking about and the possibilities to really create solutions that make sense for the context of various youth communities. And we're also very proud to announce that we have joined UNICEF's Data Governance Fit for Children commitment, which is bringing together various partners working on data governance that responds to the context of children and youth. So hopefully we'll also be able to share more insights about that in the coming months. And if there is anybody interested in joining that commitment, we will be happy to share more details later. And with that, I'll finish my monologue, and I'd love to give the floor to our amazing speakers. I'd love to also give them the chance to introduce themselves and maybe briefly tell us what work are they doing with young people, maybe how they ended up working in this topic. And I know that the majority of our speakers were also pretty young, so that's one of the reasons. But yeah. So for now, I'd like to give the floor to Soliane, who's the first person that I have right here next to me. So Soliane, thank you, welcome, and yeah, please introduce yourself.
Thank you so much for your introduction. So my name is Céliane Pochon. I'm joining you today from Switzerland. I'm a senior policy advisor at the Swiss Federal Office of Communications in the International Relations Department, and we mainly work on internet governance, AI governance, and data governance. So that is why I'm here to talk today, and I think I am still considered a youth, so I think I can also give my insight working in this field, and I'm very happy to be here today. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you for joining us. And now I see that João is also in the room, but now we can see his face online, which is great. So João, over to you.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining. Well, my name is João. I'm Brazilian, and I'm the lead facilitator for the Youth Standing Group from Internet Society. There we work to empower young voices inside of internet governance related events through engaging with them, making they create connections inside this ecosystem, and last their views and share what they want to the internet of today and tomorrow.
Amazing, thank you. And now over to you, Jenny.
Thank you so much, Mariana, and nice to meet you, everybody. Nice to see all the speakers and participants today. So my name is Jenny Arana. I'm also joining from Switzerland, by the way, from Geneva. I'm from the International Telecommunication Union and working specifically in the area of digital inclusion. So I'm a program manager, and specifically for this, I've been working on youth for the past 5 to 7 years as part of the Generation Connect initiative of ITU, which is an initiative that's been in place since before the year 2020, and aiming to engage global youth and encourage their participation as equal partners alongside the leaders or today's digital change. We work together with young people, empowering young people, but hearing the voices of young people, about empowering with skills and opportunities to advance the vision of young people for a connected future. So thank you very much, and looking forward to the conversation.
Love this, amazing. All right, well, fantastic. You've heard from our amazing speakers, and now I'd like to kickstart the conversation, maybe venturing much more into the challenges. As you can see, we have a diverse and exciting pool of speakers. So I'd love to ask each of you, what issues related to the data economy and youth are you most concerned about? And this can be from like the different emerging technologies that we're seeing to also development challenges that we're experiencing as pretty much humankind. So that can be like climate change or education. But I'd love to hear about your experiences, and then what issues related to the data economy are you most concerned about? Let's start with that question. I don't know if anybody would like to jump. João, maybe you can start. Oh, Jenny, go.
Thank you, Mariana. Thank you so much. So from the perspective of the International Telecommunication Union, we recognize several pressing issues really related to data economy and use, including the rapid development of AI, which raises concerns about ethical usage, as we all know, data privacy, but also potential biases in algorithms that we find that disproportionately impact use, as many other groups as well that are traditionally disadvantaged, let's just say. But this is not just based on, it's actually even based on consultations. Recently, we led some consultations with our youth networks, the Generation Connect Youth Envoys, and specifically, I'll talk about one of the groups, the group of the regional group of Africa, share their insights and what they consider are the issues that need urgent action and the challenges and opportunities that need to be addressed. So they found that cybersecurity is a critical issue. The rise in cyber attacks and online threats highlights the need for stronger measures to ensure digital safety. And the youth are disproportionately affected by cybercrime, online harassment, and privacy violations as well. So they see the need for an enhanced education to build awareness and skills, particularly, of course, among underserved communities. Cybersecurity frameworks they said, must align with international standards, but also reflecting local realities and focus on gender diversity in cybersecurity careers is also essential to foster inclusivity. Artificial intelligence, they saw it represents a double-edged sword. Specifically, this group for Africa mentioned that it offers vast opportunities, but also, vast opportunities such as healthcare, improving healthcare diagnostics, optimizing agriculture, accelerating economic development, but it also introduces challenges that include ethical concerns and the risk of biased algorithms. So these consultations really highlighted the need for AI systems that are inclusive, ethical, and reflective of the unique contexts and values of specific regions, and in this case, they talked about the Africa continent, and this requires significant investments in local AI research and development to really ensure that African perspectives shape the technology. Also, to fully harness the potential of AI, they saw that there is a need to develop data science capacity across the continent, and this involves improving infrastructure for data collection and management and fostering a culture of data-driven decision-making. And you were talking about, the example of good practices, and I think that we believe that from the ITU, as I mentioned, I just briefly mentioned the ITU Generation Connect initiative, and we have some practices that we believe have demonstrated, how we can meaningfully engage youth participation to really drive impactful change. And some of these examples are youth engagement in policy discussions. For example, through this initiative, we really make efforts to integrate youth perspectives in global policy dialogues by giving these young leaders a seat at the table in high-level discussions. At IT, what we try to do is ensure that their voices contribute directly to shaping policies on the data economy. And obviously, this for us includes active participation in forums and consultations. I was just mentioning those consultations that were run in the past 2 months, where young people can really provide inputs on their pressing issues and the pressing issues for their communities, for their regions, such as data privacy, equitable access, ethical AI. And for example, these young leaders have shared their views during the different ITU consultations, conversations, and intergenerational dialogues with ITU member states, resulting really in youth-led, co-created policy recommendations that really we hope is going to influence global agendas. So thank you very much, Mariana.
I love this answer, Jenny. Thank you. Very, very comprehensive. Now I'd like to turn over to Joao, please.
Thank you, Mariana. Well, I would like to bring 2 issues, actually, to start. The first one it's also in our policy paper we wrote to the T20, but they measured that one child from his birth to his 13th birthday will gather 72 million pieces of personal data. So before you growing, you will already have a huge digital footprint, and this is we need to bring awareness about it. This because they aren't able to agree on it, and the implications of this amount of data will be will be available for their whole life. And the other thing that I really wanted to stress on my talk is regarding the sorry, I closed the thing. So it's regarding the digital literacy. So when we have young adults and we usually take for granted their capabilities with technology, since we already born with like a cell phone laying around, maybe a computer. And the truth is that it's very different to use it as a tool to communicate and to use it in a meaningful way to be part of the digital economy. So this really needs to be worked on, especially when we think that more than 50% of the global population is less than 24 years old. So to me, I would like to give these two provocations about the issues that we face.
Fantastic, João. I think this is going to be very relevant, and I agree. This whole assumption of digital native, or like youth being digital natives, is one of the big challenges. So Liane, would you like to share your insights regarding challenges?
Yes, thank you so much. And I think what João said about half of the world being youth is a very big number. And actually, according to research, it's been the largest generation of youth in history. And I think it will only keep on growing. And youth is very present everywhere, whether we're just scrolling through social media or studying on digital platforms. We generate massive amounts of data, but there's a big problem, and we have little say on how our data is used or who profits from it. And I think this brings me to the point I want to make, and one of the issues I see and we see here in Switzerland is trust. Trust in data governance arrangements and empowering young people and individuals in the digital space is key for the data society we want to have. Without the control over our data, we lose trust in institutions, in companies, in technologies themselves, which hinders digital inclusion, innovation, and all the other topics that Jenny and João already mentioned. So here in Switzerland, we attach great value to inclusive global data governance arrangements, and they're based on the notion of digital self-determination of individuals and stakeholders. Which means that citizens, businesses, young people, everyone should be given the opportunity to decide for themselves how their data is being used. And we want to underline the importance of trust and adaptability from all sectors, including public-private partnerships, to help address these critical issues. And maybe an example I can give you is that in Switzerland, we have set up a national network on digital self-determination, and it consists of public administrations, so the government, me, for example, universities, where we find a lot of young people, not surprisingly, but also industry and civil society. And in this network, all these people work together to develop shared approaches on how to give maximum control on data to citizens and the individual organizations. And we're very happy to share that we have many young people, many young students involved in this network who can give their very own perspective on this. Thank you.
This is very, very valuable. Thank you, Solian. And in a way, the fact that, yeah, what you were mentioning, trust is kind of like the foundation of the challenges that we're seeing. And it's kind of like something that's not only present when it comes to digital technologies, but also in terms of how we're addressing various sustainable development challenges. This is something that we're hearing from climate and nature activists on how they want to trust the people that are making the decisions. But for that to happen, they want to be involved in that conversation, and they want to see how are they really bridging the gaps that they're experiencing in their communities, and really addressing the challenges that they are facing or that they see other people are facing. So I think that you're highlighting a very, very important point. And I think that given that point, I think we can actually think about potentially the good practices to engage youth effectively, to be really able to advocate for their perspectives on the data economy. I think that the majority of you have already touched on the solutions that in your context are being developed to be able to include youth much more effectively. But coming back to this issue of trust, I think it would be very interesting if you could maybe highlight again or highlight an example of good practices that you're seeing out there in your context, or maybe that you're aware of, that are really engaging youth so that they can effectively advocate for their perspectives on the data economy, and that are contributing to fostering trust. So yeah, Jenny, why don't we start with you again for this one?
Thank you so much, Mariana. Absolutely, yeah. And as I was mentioning before, bringing really young people to the table and having those policy discussions is very, very important. And as we mentioned before, we must first of all recognize that young people are not just beneficiaries of policy, but essential contributors and practices that provide a model for other organizations and stakeholders to ensure that young voices shape the future of the data economy are very important. I'd like to highlight a program that we are leading at ITU that's called the Generation Connect Leadership Program. This is a very exciting program, I believe, that aims to engage, empower, and inspire young digital leaders and change makers and leaders in their own communities. So through this program, we are supporting young visionaries from around the world that have really come up with proposals for creative, far-reaching, innovative, and feasible community-driven projects that are aimed at creating a more inclusive and empowered digital future for their people, for their communities. So in partnership with other organizations such as Huawei, we are providing guidance, training, financial support to 30 young fellows that, per year, we help them to practically implement these digital development projects in their diverse communities across the world. And of course, through the program, besides, taking their own projects to the next level, we've found an opportunity to bring them, to the core of policy and digital development discussions that happen at ITU year by year. And, the connections that they can make with all sorts of stakeholders that attend our meetings. So I think that is very, very, very important, as we mentioned and as others have mentioned before, to really find this intergenerational opportunities for dialogue, exchange, and for solution for proposal of solutions to digital development issues. So thank you, Mariana.
So important, and thank you for highlighting that, Jenny. João, is there anything you'd like to point us to?
Yeah, definitely. I would like to talk about an example of a project that helped to empower the young voices. Is the Youth Like IGF. The Youth Like IGF is a project co-organized by the Youth Standing Group. Our last event happened in November. We had 3 days 117 people from all over Latin America together in Santiago to discuss and think of the internet future and how we can fit our imagination, our plans inside of the digital economy. And it was really enriching. It was the biggest one that we made so far. And we had 15 on-site countries represented there, and 43 if we count online too. So this kind of events really can foster a further discussion into how we can better participate and also share the perspectives from different regions.
This is fantastic. Thank you for highlighting that. And as a fellow Latin American, I pretty much appreciate those efforts. So thank you for pointing that. And so Leanne, what about you? Is there anything you'd like to share with us?
Yes, I think one very topical example is what we're doing here today, actually engaging in different forums, for example, here, the Internet Governance Forum at the global level, but also, as Joao mentioned, at regional and national levels. So in Switzerland, for our last Swiss IGF, which was last summer, we had more young voices around the table, and young people are interested and want to be part of the conversation. So I think opening up the space to them is key, and including them in these multi-stakeholder forums, technology summits, and in all policy-making consultations, we can allow them to not only be consumers of the technologies, but also contributors to them, to have a fairer and more equitable data economy and governance landscape in a whole. So I think that's a first thing we could do, and Switzerland very much believes in the multi-stakeholder fashion, so we also want to include all these voices. And then again, maybe to link with what Joao said previously on data literacy and digital skills, enhancing programs in schools and universities. For example, in Switzerland, we have two universities, the EPFL in Lausanne and the ETH in Zurich, where there are programs that focus on building data literacy and critical thinking amongst young people. And we want to prepare them, or the professors want to prepare them to engage meaningfully in the conversations about the data economy, about AI and digital transformation as a whole. So we can see that all these different initiatives that happen at different levels, which is also very important, they combine capacity building, they combine education, and they give young people, youth, a platform to participate. And it's about giving young people the tools to participate, but also ensure that their voices are included in the policy dialogues and in the decision-making processes. Thank you.
I love this, Leanne. Thank you so much for pointing it out. And I feel that, and I'm going to kind of take the freedom, because I'm moderating, to also answer my own question. So I just wanted to highlight something that's actually very, very important, or that we're seeing much more often, because we're seeing big organizations like the ITU being able to establish these programs, right? And that is very valuable. But then we're also seeing that there are many different youth local experiences and projects and initiatives that are pretty much being born all across the world to tackle very specific challenges that youth are facing with technology. And one of the challenges that we've been identifying at the DARSFA initiative is the funding gap that exists to really be able to translate all of these small initiatives into bigger impact projects, so that people can really have the sustainability to have their projects and to impact the communities that they want to impact or somehow touch upon. So I wanted to point out to one funding effort. I just pasted the link on the chat. Which is the Responsible Technology Youth Power Fund, which was put out by the Meteor Network, but also a coalition of funders that are interested in funding young people to really drive a much more inclusive and equitable technology ecosystem. So it's a very interesting philanthropic initiative that is aiming to support youth and intergenerationally led organizations that are seeking to shape a much more responsible technology movement. And that can be either at the design of technologies, but also at the policy level. So this is just something that I wanted to highlight because in a way, I feel that these policy spaces are also key spaces for us to be discussing what else do we need? And in order for all of these good examples that our great speakers have highlighted, how could we really bring in the resources that are needed to make sure that not only as Celian was pointing out, the global or the regional efforts are funded and supported, but also how could we translate all of these multi-stakeholder collaboration and efforts into funding and support for all of these youth initiatives that are in the end responding to a very specific context and bringing value to very specific communities that are in many cases not included in these global governance conversations and are equally important to be able to learn from them and really shape the conversation at the global, regional, and national levels. And so with that, I would like actually to, and I think as Sophie mentioned at the beginning, we want this to be an interactive conversation. We're a close, small, nice community in this session today. So I'm seeing that Francola is also pointing to a youth corner on the chat. I don't know if maybe Francola could be granted co-host rights so she could maybe speak about this. And I know that we also have Gregory in the room who was sharing some insights earlier. So I don't know if any of you or anybody else joining us in person or online would like to chip in terms of any initiatives that you're aware of or challenges that we have definitely not mentioned, because I think that, yeah, we have not been fully exhaustive. So yeah, Francola, I don't know if you can unmute yourself. I think I'll ask you to unmute.
Yeah, sorry, Mary. I've been told by the people who are the technical teams that are in the room at the moment that they can't unmute anyone who wasn't listed as a speaker, unfortunately, because they've had some security kind of just challenges throughout the IGF that they need to stick to this policy. So it looks like, unfortunately, we can't hand the mic to Francola because it would be great to actually hear you, and you're sharing all these very
I managed to give her the
I think Francola,
Okay, so I can speak now. Are you all hearing me?
Oh, amazing. Great.
Fantastic.
Yes, I'm on the
there you go. Try again, Francola. I think you're mute again.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, good. So I am Francola John from the Caribbean Telecommunications Union, and the CTU is a CARICOM organization with 20 member states in the Caribbean. So we do fall under the Latin American and Caribbean bracket, but we're focused mainly on the Caribbean, and we work very closely with the ITU and CITEL. So even this year, I was highlighting that we had the Secretary General of the ITU in the Caribbean attending our ICT week. And I am the focal point for the CTU's network of, for the ITU network of women. And we just recently established our own Caribbean CTU network of women. And that focuses also, there's an overlap with the youth. So we also have a youth envoy in the person of Ms. Nia Nanan.
Fantastic, Francola. Thank you for sharing that. That's amazing. As in a way, as a gender activist myself, I'm always very happy to hear about all of these women's initiatives. So thank you for sharing that. I don't know, Gregory, if you want to maybe speak out loud about your comment that you posted in the chat, because I think that participants in person cannot read that, maybe we can try to do something similar as we did with Francola, asking you to potentially unmute. If not, yeah, maybe.
Can everyone hear me?
Yes, great.
Yeah, that's good. Thank you for the opportunity. Yeah, once again, my name is Gregory Duke Day. I'm a member of the Internet Society, and I also work with a group called Be Tech Connected. Ideally, most of the points that I've put together is in the chats, but I was looking specifically at policy making, and I gathered from a previous session on how quick or how fast these policies go in terms of its approval, looking through it, trying to understand the various parts of this policy and how that works to our effect. Ideally, I believe that as the future or as people with um, great sensibilities, we have knowledge, we have skills of all of these important technologies. It is important that we are also included in policy making across various levels. That way, we are able to relate with the kind of activities that go on, the kind of challenges that have been shared across many, many times, and that we're able to contribute meaningfully to all of these policies because ideally we would grow to a point where we would also have to share all this knowledge to those who are coming behind us. And it would be important for us to understand and start to educate people around all of these policies. So once we are giving or within the process that we have been given chances to contribute meaningfully to these policies, we're also able to carry them into the future and we are able to give back to those who are coming with us. And finally, speaking to the inclusion aspect, well, some of these are governmental, but for the most part, it has to do with rural areas and infrastructure that is bridging the digital divide or the digital gap between those areas. Also, the accessibility of these technologies to persons with disabilities. That way, we're not leaving them out. We're also including them because they also have some skills, some knowledge to share on all these phenomenons that are happening really. And then finally, around creating something that is relatable to country. So ideally creating or bringing about certain technologies or elements within those technologies that can help in creating some context specific. So for example, languages in terms of the technologies that we create, once we're able to try and fashion or create these technologies within certain languages for certain countries, we are able to have a unified force, I would say, for the future of technology. Right. Thank you.
Thank you, Gregory. That was very valuable. This is really great. And I think that you're raising a very important point regarding also the digital divide and what real digital inclusion means. And how, of course, that means something very different in different communities, in different regions, depending on the specific context of the community that we're thinking about. I'll actually share on the chat the link to one blog that we drafted lately based on some of the conversations that we have been having with young people, particularly in Africa and Latin America. And one of the things that they highlight, I mean, actually two things that they highlight. First is the importance of contextualizing data and how sometimes even if we do have data about young people, we need to make sure that we're really contextualizing and having context-specific data solutions that reflect the challenges and needs of the diverse youth communities. And then the other thing that they have highlighted extensively is how rural communities are facing barriers to digital inclusion and data access, and how, in the end, including rural communities is not only a matter of building the connectivity infrastructure, but also designing tools so that in terms of literacy and education. People have the skills, and as I think Solian was pointing earlier, even the critical thinking skills, and kind of the soft skills so that they can navigate technology with much more awareness. So I wanted to highlight that, and thank you everyone for participating in that first section. Now I want to dive deeper into the challenges that we're facing in terms of international and global policy to really bring young people together. We're seeing in many
Harry,
cases.
Joao's just trying to speak. I think something's
Yeah,
going on.
sorry,
Go,
Mariana,
João.
for cutting you, but we have a non-site participant that wants to speak too. So.
Oh, this is fantastic.
Yeah, exactly.
Great.
Thank you so much. My name is Melody Musoni. I work as a digital policy officer for a think tank called the European Center for Development Policy Management, or ECDPM. So mine, it's more of observations. Maybe let me start with one question, being define youth, because I'm coming from a country where people who are in their 70s, they still qualify as youths. And then living in Europe, normally it's between 8 to 18 years to 35. So that's the first question I have. And then when it comes to my observations, we are here at the IGF. I was expecting this room to be full. There's 2 of us here on site. But if you go outside, there are so many young people who are sitting in the lobby right now. So I was wondering, like, why is that there are not a lot of young people in the room? And why is it more people are participating? Young people, I see is that 42 participants online instead of being here. So it's just an observation. I hope you'll be able to look into that to see what are the reasons. And just thinking about that, I also thought perhaps for future platforms and engagements like this, it helps if your session is to be prioritized, maybe the first or the second day of IGF, because the last day it's very difficult to rope people in. And then having these discussions, I think it also helps if we have more senior policymakers who are also part of the conversation, because they also have that pull to bring people into the conversations. So I think those were my 2 interventions. And I also wanted to say that perhaps that could be an additional question that can also help you in future engagements to say, what is exactly different about the youth? Because all the issues that you are raising, they apply to women, they apply to everyone. So why exactly is it important for us to talk specifically about youth and issues on inclusion and data? So I think being very clear in articulating why it's important for us to focus on youth, it actually helps in pushing the agenda and pushing the, I guess, achieving the objectives that you have to, that you intend to achieve. And then there was a comment again that I also agree with, issues on rural communities and engagements. I think just from listening from all the conversations here at IGF, people tend to be very superficial when it comes to marginalized communities. I'm originally from a very marginalized community. Even up to now, it takes me so long for me to get hold of my family because they still don't have access to the internet. And some of the people in my village, they still don't have phones, so they have to use someone else's phone. So when we are saying that we need to engage rural communities, what exactly do we mean by that? So at least if we start thinking about what role can secondary schools in these communities play, because a lot of people in rural areas, they go to school very late. So you find someone is in their 20s, but they are still in high school. And that's youth. And you should be engaging with them, not just engaging with people who are already in college or who are already in universities. So I think that there is more that can be unpacked, and trying to pull in the senior policymakers to be in the room and actually demanding that your sessions must be prioritized, because if we have it on the last hours of IGF, there will be less interest in people participating in your session. Thank you. We have another question.
Hello. So, do you think we have enough time for another intervention from one of our colleagues here?
I think we do. That's all right. Maybe we should address these first three questions, and then we can answer the others, because I see someone online has a comment too. So actually, thank you for that. I absolutely loved your comments regarding youth kind of age and range. I agree that it's a pretty diverse group, and I'll hand it over to our speakers so that they can also share with us how they see this. And I think that in a way, every organization or community or forum even is defining youth in a very different way. So and in a way, I think there are some like policy interests behind that, either because you want to expand the pool and be able to include much more people, or even if you're thinking about engaging them in the conversation, if you have people underage, that involves additional challenges of getting parent approval. So I think that it kind of depends. At least in the Datasphere Initiative, we have been involving youth, or considering that youth are those people from around 13 or 15 years old up to 25 or even 29. So it can be a pretty broad range. Thank you for the comment regarding the time and day of the event. And as Sophie's was pointing on the chat, this is a challenge that we have been witnessing. That's not only true for the IGF, but actually for many other forums on internet and data governance. For the UN World Data Forum, actually, our youth workshop was literally the last session on the last day, last time. And that is a challenge that I think we can all advocate together for, to make sure that we really can have a much more meaningful participation, not only of policymakers, but also of the youth, so that they are aware of what are the sessions they can also participate in, and will actually be hopefully harnessing their voices. But I want to stop here because I know that we have an amazing pool of speakers. So I don't know if anybody has any comment regarding the conversation around digital inclusion, or how we're defining youth or rural communities, and also why are youth particularly important, which I feel is kind of the key question that we don't only want to answer today, but the policymakers are trying to answer worldwide, in terms of which communities to involve in the conversation and why. So yeah, this is kind of free. So I don't know if João, Solian, or Jenny have any comments in that regard.
Okay, so I can go. About why we need to include youth specifically, not only like specific marginalized communities, is that they have a very, when we talk about like the multi-stakeholder approach, we are a group with specific characteristics, like how can you define someone that it's just started in the internet governance space without a proper stakeholder group. Like we will call them researchers because they were in college. We will call them private sectors because they just got into a job. So this really showcases that this group isn't already included in the multi-stakeholder approach. And about the aspirations are different too, because the things that I suffer are completely different than the issues that a woman suffers because of she's a woman. So it's good to have like this difference, because we cannot put everything in one place and say that we will address it. And yeah, I believe this is it.
If I may, can I?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, thank you, Mariana. No, I mean, I think, of course, when looking at every group, the word that somebody mentioned, women's empowerment, gender, etc., there's intersectionality everywhere, and it's important to take that into consideration. But here, why are youth important? Well, there's a very important reason. There's a demographic power. 1.2 billion people across the world. That's power. There's a lot of people that's are a significant demographic group, and in some regions, particularly in developing countries, they actually form the grand majority of the population. Young people are also, and in the topic that we're discussing today, they're catalysts for innovation, bringing fresh perspectives, creativity, technological fluency, and are found to be key drivers of innovation, but also, as we have seen across, generations and historically, young people have also been at the forefront of social movements and advocating for the rights of everyone, not only their own rights, but the rights of a lot of older people, women, etc. And I think that's a very important thing to keep in mind when we're discussing these issues. And yes, of course, we can always look at intersectionality. I think when I introduced myself, I said that I work on digital inclusion, and we actually look at this from the perspective of different target groups, but there are intersectionalities. For example, we worked on the topic of ICT accessibility, but we're not only looking at persons with disabilities, we're looking at all sorts of people, looking at older persons that perhaps can no longer hear well, and there are many different technologies that can help them, better integrate and better, take advantage of what's today. What the benefits are of today. For example, let's talk about e-health. Let's talk about different areas of life and education, having access to digital skills, etc. So I think that yes, we have to look at intersectionality, but also there has to be space for specific groups and for us to look at their specific needs. Yes, there will always, many of the issues in the world are important to be looked at through the perspective of different groups, but why not give each of these groups a specific focus so that we can actually look at the possibilities that we have to tackle them. So thank you, Mariana.
I absolutely loved your answer, Jenny. I literally have nothing else to add. I love this notion of intersectionality, and I feel that that's literally it when it comes to thinking about digital inclusion. So thank you. Now I know that we have another question from somebody in person, so maybe we can get that draw, and then we can the organizers have asked me to tell people online that if anyone wants to talk, you need to put your camera on and write your full name. And that's the only way in which they will allow you to speak. But for now, we can have the person in person. I mean, yeah, so the participant in person to ask the question. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone. My name is Ahmad Karim. I'm from UN Women Regional Office for Asia and the Pacific, and I lead on innovation and the US portfolio in the office. Just adding into the conversation of intersectionality, and I think it's one of the challenges when we talk about youth, issues, that we talk about youth as a homogeneous group. And with that intersection between youth and gender, bring in the angle of young women, which is half of the population of youth, that is kind of, discredited and kind of seen as part of that bright future of digitalization and young and youth. And I think when we look at that bright future of young people are the most avid and tech savvy and leading on the innovation, it's also sheds light in that young women are also part of that, which is not true. I think there are a lot of amazing women leading in the digital spheres. They're fighting really hard to find a space, but the sector is not really giving them that full space or an equal space. I'm just going to mention three, new studies that was saying. First one from the World Economic Forum: women are going to be the most affected by job loss due to digital transformation. The second one is that women are less likely to use AI and emerging technology in the workspace because of all of access, work environment, male-dominated sectors, and all of those kind of things. And the third one is that women are also the most affected by the misuse of technology and AI for technology-facilitated violence. This is just like a glimpse of the reality of what young women are dealing with in this sector. And I think they are not well represented in the conversation, where it's really bright and futuristic and shows that technology is working for young people. It's not for everyone. And that intersectional angle that you can go even deeper, and you're going to uncover an ugly reality of digital transformation. The more you go into more intersectional layers: a young woman with disability, a young woman with disability in a rural area, a young woman with disability from a minority. So it's really hard just to see a lot of those conversations within IGF and within international communities, and talking about the potential without having to put that angle into perspective and look into specific programming, resources, funding, policy changes that is more specific, more gender specific, more targeting young women. And I wonder if you have some reflection on what could be done to accelerate that progress. We missed an opportunity when the internet came out. We missed an opportunity when social media revolution have came out, and then we left a lot of women behind with a wider gap that is getting even wider with the AI revolution. So how can we catch up? Making sure that women, other genders, other marginalized groups, like young women, are catching up with that technology and benefiting from that sector, not just as a user, but also shaping the infrastructure of this new revolution. Thank you.
Absolutely fantastic question. Thank you so much for that. I am going to hand it over to Nosipo. I think you can unmute yourself now so that you can ask your question, and then we can take it.
Thank you very much. I'm Advocate Zaluba from South Africa, running a practice that focuses on intellectual property, cyber law, ICT law, artisanal small-scale mining, and international trade law. Of course, AI is included there. And I've done a lot of research. In fact, I'm a cyber lawyer by education and by profession. I'm also have been part of, I'm lecturing at UNISA in the Faculty of Law, the oldest university in South Africa, and I'm responsible for the same. But the reason I felt I need to participate here is because I'm part of the South Africa IGF. Probably in line with what my colleague was talking about, you might have to look at how we are dealing with IGF in South Africa. We open the curtain with youth. What that does, it gives the traction across the whole program, and it makes them to participate right through the program. So the focus, and it's informed by our understanding of the sacrosancy and the role youth play in everything that we do, because the youth are the ones that must be made through social cohesion to understand that emerging technologies for Africa must emerge from Africans for Africa. And that is part of the indoctrination that we need to do as part of data sovereignty and as part of AI sovereignty. Yesterday, we were in a session where we were talking about all the capabilities that are coming from other jurisdictions coming to the South. And it is important for the youth to be able to understand what that means in terms of territorial integrity. I happen to be in the military. So for me, territorial integrity is a non-negotiable. And for as long as our youth have not bought into what that means in terms of technologies, in terms of systems, in terms of infrastructure, because we do have youth that has brains, youth that have technology, understands technology, and in the deep rural, you have youth that is having so much creativity. We have youth that is able to generate energy from bark of trees as we speak. But if we don't harness that by making sure that they are in the forefront and they are made to understand that the future is in them, we will miss the game. But my question then is, how do we ensure that our youth are able to utilize the skill sets that they have, right? To improve the home ground. Because for me, the challenge we have at this point is our youth that acquires the skills and then they go and use it somewhere. Europe is full of youth from South Africa. How do we enable the youth to be able now to, yes, act globally, but ensure that they embrace where they come from so that we are able then to improve even the LLMs that we're talking about, because those LLMs must talk to our cultural heritage. And the cultural heritage is embedded in those engineers that are currently in Brazil, in Asia, in Europe, in Australia, but they are from South Africa. How do we deal with that? Thank you.
Thank you very much for that question. I want to turn it back to our speakers to see if any of you would like to answer one or the two questions. If you have like any insights or anything you'd like to share, any thoughts regarding those very thoughtful questions.
I think maybe if I may, just without answering the question, but just thanking everyone for all of these statements, questions, interrogation, provocative thoughts. And I think, at least for me, these are things I will take back and try and reflect on. And I can't answer them in a, thought out manner right now, but there are definitely things I will take back with me and think about and try to act on in, our everyday work.
Thank you for that. Jenny, João, anything you'd like to share? Sophie, would you like to share that out loud, potentially?
Yeah, sure. No, thank you so much, everyone, for these invites, and Nospio for what you were saying. I'm just sharing a study in the chat that came out this week that looked at the types of data what is the data that's building AI right now. And I think some of the findings are things that we know, but it's nice to have like concrete evidence emerging to show this, that it's pretty shocking how 90% of the data sets for AI are coming from Europe and North America, and less than 4% coming from Africa right now. So I think these points of the need for inclusive approaches, and also the point of intersectionality too. How is AI going to actually fit the needs and resonate with young women in Africa, for example? Or as the speaker from UN Women was saying, how is, to his point, what even about young disabled women from a rural part of Africa? If we can't even get the data that's built into AI right now just reflect the whole world, we're in deep trouble. So I think this is something to further discuss.
I agree, and I absolutely love that, Sophie. Yes, and in a way, that is the big challenge that we have right now, in terms of coming back to Solian's point at the beginning. How can we build technologies in a way that we're fostering trust? But in order to foster trust, we need to think about all of these intersectionalities, all of these communities, and how they relate in the end. And if we have this very big percentage of the population worldwide nowadays being youth, knowing that it is a very diverse pool of people, and it is not just young people with the same level of privileges and opportunities and challenges, but that the youth community is actually a very diverse community, not even worldwide, but like just even thinking about one country, we cannot even categorize youth as just like, oh, I don't know, Swiss youth, but it's actually very different and diverse communities within one country. And this is something for us to keep on thinking about. So thank you for bringing it up. I wanted to ask one last question to the speakers before we wrap up. And I think this connects to everything that we have been discussing regarding incentives and the need to actually raise awareness among this adult community. And this adult community can be policymakers, governments, private companies, international organizations, on the importance of youth voices and to enhance their participation in policies and the design of data-driven technologies. So I'd like to ask our speakers, what incentives are needed to raise awareness among this community about the importance of involving youth? And if you have any examples of efforts that could be implemented by different types of stakeholders to make sure that in the end we can really build technologies in this base foundation of trust. Because I know that this is pretty much one of the challenges that we've been discussing. And how can we really raise awareness and have the right incentives? So, João, why don't we start with you with that question?
I'm sorry. I had to help something. I need to 1 second to think.
No worries, no worries. Maybe Jenny, would you like to take that question first regarding incentives to the adult community?
Yes. Are you hearing me well, Mariana?
Yes, we can
And
hear you.
everybody? Okay, I lost you for a little bit, but thank you so much. So on the incentives, right? So, right. I think that to really foster meaningful recognition of youth contributions to the data economy, it is truly essential to provide targeted incentives that bridge generational gaps in the understanding and engagement of youth. Um, First, for policymakers, governments, and private sector really have to acknowledge the unique expertise and innovative perspectives that youth bring and the unique views. And by highlighting the creativity, the insight, and the perspectives, stakeholders can really recognize young people as valuable contributors in the digital transformation. Um, One way is to institutionalize youth participation. That's a crucial step. This can be achieved by integrating young voices into governance structures, and there are, policy working groups, there are committees, advisory boards, but of course we have to avoid that these mechanisms become something where youth participation and views are tokenized, but that but that actually become a core part of decision-making processes. And it's important, I think, when we can think about funding and resources, and specifically for youth-led initiatives, and to really provide a tangible incentive for the active involvement of these youth networks. Um, I think that showcasing success stories of youth-led initiatives, and I think we all have shared, from the different organizations that we represent and the different work that we do. These success stories can really serve as a powerful evidence of the positive impact of youth involvement, and really highlighting these achievements should inspire confidence among what we're calling the adult community, and encourage broader support for integrating youth perspectives into the economy. And so various stakeholders can take concrete actions to empower youth and ensure the inclusion of these demographics in shaping the data economy. And from the side, I think, of international organizations, we can make efforts to foster this intergenerational collaboration and equipping young people with the knowledge and the experience that is required ultimately to influence global digital policies and the conversation on digital development as a whole. So thank you so much, Mariana.
That was great. Thank you so much, Jenny. So Lian, I'll turn it over to you.
Yes, thank you. And I'll build this on what Jenny just said because it really inspires me. I think we also need to highlight the intergenerational impact of the digital decisions and provide clear examples how youth participation enhances innovation, enhances equity, enhances confidence, enhances positive outcomes, not to only focus on the challenges and maybe the more negative side, which is also very important, but also to see how we can highlight innovation and everything I just mentioned. I think this could talk to the adult community and help them decide in what way they want to shape the policies and different designs for the technologies. And I think one thing also the youth community we have, which is very important, is that we're aware of topical issues in the world and the problems the world faces. We have a very raised awareness of social justice, equality, inequality, and we can also help to have this be at the forefront of new policies, to have this aspect be taken into account. And I think we have very important values that young people, we advocate for, and I think we can really put them in the forefront. And I think just ensuring youth voices are heard and are in the discussions and the development is only ensuring the future generation has access to the knowledge and to the tools to continue innovating while preserving core values such as human rights. And I think this approach of including youth now for the future can only lead to a fairer and more innovative and equitable data economy that can benefit everyone now, but also in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Zillian. That's very, very valuable. João, over to you.
Thank you. So yeah, we definitely, I will speak complementing again what has already, the other panelists has already said, but we need to bring awareness about the advantages of having youth on board in the decision making, in the policy making about the digital economy, because we can bring novelty, we can bring other points of view that are very, very important to develop a specific direct policy. So in this sense, having more diverse participation, and well, when we are thinking of developing projects to youth, they are the group that that better understands what they're dealing with. So it's definitely a group that needs to be included in this process.
You're right. Thank you, João. Well, I want to thank everybody for joining us. Thank particularly our speakers who have been amazing in sharing their work and insights. Thank you for agreeing to joining us. And thank you everybody for participating. Just to wrap up, I'd like to ask one final mini question to our speakers, but it's more of like, could you please maybe share with us one final takeaway in maybe 30 seconds, 1 minute each, of a final message or highlight that you'd like to share with people. And with that, we can wrap up. I don't know if anybody would like to start, actually.
Maybe I can jump in. I think for me, something that was very valuable is that we also need perhaps to go back to the core questions. Why are youth voices important? And maybe we're already 2 steps ahead in tackling these very important questions as well, but maybe for next sessions or something else, start back from the basics to really state why youth voices are important. And maybe also, I think intersectionality has really been brought up a lot in this discussion, also to see how that can be brought into the conversation. So I think we're already 2 steps ahead, so maybe to include more people to have these starting basic questions. But I for sure have gained a lot of insights, and this has been a very, very good discussion, and I want to thank everybody for that.
Thank you, Celine. Thanks to you for your wonderful contributions. Jenny, do you want to go next?
Yes, thank you, Mariana. Yeah, I just think that the issues we've touched on today, AI, education, skills, etc., are just not challenges. They are also opportunities for innovation. And youth not only bring these fresh perspectives that we were talking about, but also a sense of urgency to these issues and the needs that we have right now. But we also need to ensure that the voices of youth are not only heard, but integrated into governance structures, into policy discussions, and the design of data-driven technologies. And to raise awareness again among this adult community, it is essential to recognize that, these values and these perspectives and contributions of youth, invest in their initiatives and create platforms where they can lead. It's important to highlight the importance of youth-driven solutions to bridge the gap between policy and implementation. And we must stress the need for multi-stakeholder collaborations involving governments, private sector, civil society, and these youth organizations. So, we want them at the center of this discussion. So I think this is my takeaway, and I hope that we can continue more of these fruitful discussions in the future. Thank you, and thank you all.
Thanks to you, Jenny. This is amazing. And João, over to you. You have the big responsibility of wrapping it up.
Okay, so to me, the main takeaway here is that how we need to broaden our reach. So we are discussing here about including the young people in the digital economy and how to do this. And yeah, so I think our next discussion, our next step is to get the people involved that we are talking about. So we have a lot of interesting and very important initiatives here that could also be part of this. Like we can include the people that we work together. I believe this.
Thank you, João. That's very good. So thank you everyone again for joining us. Thank you to the organizers, to the IGF for helping us host this. And yeah, I think as one of our contributors mentioned today, let's keep pushing to make sure that these sessions are scheduled earlier in the program, and let's also advocate to have hopefully much more funding to keep leading these initiatives with very diverse youth communities. Thank you again so much for joining us. Have a nice rest of your days, both in the IGF or wherever you are in the world. Wishing you a very good rest of the IGF, and happy holidays to everybody who's taking some time off, because I know that it's pretty much Christmas now. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much for the organization, and happy holidays to everyone.
Bye, everybody. Thank you so much.
Everyone, bye.
Thank you. Bye.